Hello! Hello, Kazar's MC Live. Hello, Short. Hello, Rob. How's it going, guys? Guys, I did not drop the Cyclamen die. Spoiler alert. I finished top 10 in the world for Tentacle Bestiary at 24,200. No, middle. I uploaded a video about it today. So I mean, if anyone wants, I might invite some people to the VC to talk about. If anyone wants to do that, especially people who disagree with me, we'll get them on. So yeah, false bans are real. I mean, false bans are. This is actually something. Like one of the comments was like, actually, one of the comments was like, actually. You make the claim that false bans literally don't exist, but you do admit that 1% of them might be false. Like, okay, guys, did they stop teaching about, like, hyperbole in school? Did we talk about this yesterday? Yeah, but now there's more people who watch the video. We could talk about this more. So if anyone wants to get dragged into VC, if you disagree with me, we could talk about it.
12 just subscribed.
Otis was taken 12. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you, Otis. Thank you. I think like the issue is more with support being dog ass that inflates the issue. I don't know if I would even agree that support is dog ass. I don't even know if I would agree with that. Like maybe you might feel like it's okay. Actually, okay. If Lucid, if you want to join VC and talk about that, we can. Wait, there are false bans, but saying you got false banned is bannable because you insulted the admins, but saying you got false banned is now bannable. Are you trolling, Melon? Melon, we could get you in VC too, and Bizarre, we could get you in VC too. If you guys want, join the Discord. I'll start dragging people in, but I'll be selective about who gets dragged in. Did I eat all my cakes? Yes. Hold on, let me get situated for fishing. Okay, let me get fishing. Does anyone want to fish in a party? Yeah, Melon, bro, if you're really about what you, if you really stand by what you're saying, bro, you wouldn't pack your mic, bro. Get on your phone or something. Okay, let me do this. Is there anything else? Let me do free rift mounts and then I'll drag someone in. But if anyone wants to fish with me, hotspot fishing, let me know. I would fish, I got ratted a while ago. That is rather unfortunate. What fishing level are you? I'm fishing 50. Why are you fishing? Oh, it is Carmine Die 3X. That is the die for this year. Okay, we'll drag Lucid in. Should I have music when I'm talking to people? I should find some background music. Lo-fi maybe? Lo-fi? Power! What's up, man? Welcome in. I feel like this is literally worse than having nothing. Guys, what's appropriate music for this?
Enchiladas just subscribed.
Wait, why do I not see that? Oh, enchiladas! Thank you for the prime. I appreciate the enchiladas. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, Power, I think you're in the video. I think you're in the video, Power. Staff harassment is bannable offense. Yeah, staff harassment is a bannable offense. If you publicly say you got false banned, you're saying staff is doing a bad. I mean, you're just not allowed to complain about getting false banned on the forums because there's an appeal section. And also, yeah, I don't know. Okay, let me drag in Lucid. Also, I'm turning off the music.
Oh, I was having a lovely conversation with those people in there.
Well, bro, you just got poached. Now you're gonna have to have a lovely conversation with me.
You're the last person I want to talk to, bro.
Bro. Come on.
Okay, so what we doing? What we arguing about? Like,
Bro,
fucking
you're
shit?
the one who came in here and said you disagreed with what I was saying.
Well, yeah, because support is shit. Like, there's
Oh,
nothing
okay,
more to it
okay.
than that.
But why support
You're like,
shit?
well, they always respond with like some animated
Otis will get
message.
you in next. Oh, so
Animated
sorry.
message,
I
and they ignore
forgot
it.
I'm not on push to talk. I'm gonna try to read chat a bit too. I mean, do you think every ban warrants a handwritten message from a staff member? Because I don't
No,
believe
but
that.
I think some I do. I think some do, and I think like a big one, a big one that did deserve a handwritten message from a mod was Icalizar's ban way back in the day.
You know, I'm not gonna disagree with that. I think it would have been good if he got some more transparency
But look,
around his ban.
but they treat every ban like that. I haven't seen a single instance of support being good.
I think most bans could probably be treated like that if we're gonna be. I think Icalizar might be like the only person who I'll agree with that point. All right.
Just Icalizar, like if I got banned on some.
Bro, if your ass got banned, I would assume you're cheating. I just don't think Icalizar was like boosting or something.
And so when that happens to so like the same situation that happened to iCal will happen to a bunch of other people. It's not just him that the boosting ban happened. Like it happens all the time. So is he the only outlier in that whole thing? Like where it's only like it's
Well,
only him
he
that it was
definitely
wrong.
is an outlier because he's a creator. So that alone makes him an outlier.
Okay, so creators can be false banned, but everyone else can't.
Wait, what? You're saying creators can be false banned? And wait, what are you saying?
So I don't even know what I was trying to say there.
Oh, okay. Like, I don't disagree with you. I think Icalizar probably would have been nice if he did get something written back.
So like with the other people with the whole like the same situation, they just have to deal with it and go about their day and deal with the fact that support doesn't care.
Bro, I guess they should have been a YouTuber. I mean, I could take the only reason I'm saying this is because I don't think Icalizar would cheat or has any reason to cheat, and I think there's actually reasons why he wouldn't cheat. But
He's gonna cheat.
I can't really say the same against a normal player, but maybe
Well, cheating isn't the only
some...
way you get banned. You're treating this like cheating is the only way people get banned when it's not.
Okay, so wait, what was it? What was his ban reason?
It was so he started a new profile and got traded a lot of stuff, but his girlfriend was playing on his computer right there.
Well, how do you know that's why he got banned though?
Because that's what happened, and it was a boosting ban.
The staff typed out it was because his girlfriend was on his computer. Maybe
they
maybe
didn't
some of
they
the
didn't
stuff.
say shit. This is like
Exactly. So how could you make?
speculation.
Exactly. So maybe he accepted a trade from someone that he shouldn't have, because they like ratted someone's account or IRL traded for it or something.
So well, okay. So if they know this information, and they do nothing to let anybody know.
Wait, they knew what information?
Like if how the items that got traded got so like by boosting, by IRL trading, by ratting, then why wouldn't they flag the items instead?
What do you mean by flag the items?
Well, like I don't know how they would do that, but like make it so they're not tradable. If they know that like these items
well,
are
how would they
gotten
do
through
that
legal
before they
means.
detect it?
Well, so if they detect it and then they ban someone that it got traded to that like obviously was unknowing, and then they don't tell that person anything.
Well,
Like,
I think when
supporting-
you're accepting trades, you have to have like a due diligence of like where the item could reasonably come from. The thing is, I don't know what the trades look like or who they came from, so it's possible I would have agreed that the trades were fine to accept, but generally speaking, I think I went over it in my video. You probably didn't watch it. I mean, the video basically just got uploaded, but I went over this, how like even when someone offers me contraband, if it just looks like some random bum who probably like ratted or macroed for it, then I wouldn't accept trades. Like I've literally declined trades for billions of coins because I'm like, I don't know where this money's coming from, so I'm not gonna accept it.
You're missing out on billions of coins.
Hey bro, I'm missing out on a ban, bro. If that's the price to not get banned, then I'll miss out on those every day.
Hey, yeah, but like sometimes people have big eyes, and they see this, and they
look
don't
how,
want to like.
Look how big the eyes were that someone got banned. Like again, genuinely, it's possible I would look at the trades Calazar accepted, and it's possible I would agree that I would have also accepted the trades. That's possible. I'm not saying it wouldn't, but yeah, I guess it just depends on personal judgments. Which I guess the criticism there is if you think that a lot of boosting bans as a whole are bullshit. Like, do you think if someone accepted like ratted items that they should be punished for that?
If they didn't know, yeah.
Well, how would you prove if they didn't know or not?
Yeah, see, that's the difficult part too. But it comes from the communication with support.
What do you mean communication with support? I
Like-
guess in a perfect world, if they could perfectly reverse every trade and transaction someone does, that would just happen. But I don't think that's possible at all. Like I don't think that's possible.
I'd make it happen. I'll do something about that because it's an issue. I'll do something about that. Don't worry.
Go make the call.
Okay, I'll go make
the
that
boss
call.
Yeah, like I do think I even said in my video, I said that the bans that are the most believable are the ones for boosting. But
like the bands that are like most believable to be false.
what did I say? The bans that I would believe are false the most are the boosting ones.
Yeah, because cheating bans, yeah, there's no such thing as a false cheating ban.
Well, I don't even necessarily agree with that, but mostly.
I don't know,
mostly.
like maybe when like stonking was still a thing, I could see like a false cheating ban then.
Especially now when that was a thing, bro.
But I don't see a way for you to like replicate something that cheating would do. Or like,
well
like
the thing is, like, Minecraft is a laggy enough game where, like, I'm sure it does happen.
you know, like once in a blue moon, maybe.
Well, yeah, it is once in a blue moon, but I'm not gonna make the statement. They're literally impossible to happen.
I'm gonna make that statement because
Right.
Hypixel has anti-cheat. That means no one can cheat.
That's true,
There's an
bro.
anti-cheat.
And that's true. All right, thank you for the conversation. Okay, who's next? Cheaters should be deported. Okay, Melon King take. No, cheaters should just get life in prison. Who agrees? Who agrees? Cheaters getting life in prison? I think that's reasonable. First nuke, but yeah, I guess that is somewhere where I honestly wouldn't fight over too much. I think boosting bans are, out of all the bans, boosting bans are the most likely to be some bullshit. Just because of how they work, like, because I would think that if someone gets ratted and you end up getting all their shit after they got ratted through like even like through 2 different trades of separation, like. I want to say you probably should be held for that, right? My ban was a false ban. Wait, what was your ban? The Sky Honey one, Tilted Honey? Yeah, Tilted Honey literally got unbanned, right? You got unbanned after you got false banned, right? Because you wrote an appeal. The Odin one. What is that? The one like the mod ID got ever unbanned? Is that what that was? Yes. You guys, false bans don't exist. Or false bans do exist, but they got unbanned. Truth nuke. Most false bans aren't unfair. Well, I would say all false bans are unfair, right? All of them are unfair. Okay, Otis, I said I was gonna get you next. We'll get you in. Hey. All right, Otis, do you have a mic?
Yes, I do.
All right, what's your take on this?
All right. So we're talking about false bans. The first one I'm gonna bring up, the Great Gemstone Massacre.
So none of those are false bans. Literally none of those.
Well, okay. So I was playing at the time. I got banned for that.
Well, shit, you probably shouldn't have bought a ton of cheap gemstones, bro.
Well, I was a new player. How was I supposed to know that gemstones aren't supposed to be that price, or that?
So why were you buying a shit ton of them then?
An inventory full, and that's it.
You bought an entire inventory full. That's wait, and that's when they were stackable, mind you. That's like fucking 10 million coins. That's like half a trillion coins. An inventory full. Those things are like 640 mil a stack.
Yeah. All right, but I'm gonna share an experience I had with false bans. Not too long ago. So I just got unbanned for this. It was a 90-day ban, and it was for profile boosting. So they claimed that I was profile boosting. I went through everything that I had at the time just to see what they would have thought was profile boosting. And the only thing I could have thought of was one trade I had done. It was 1 billion coins, and it was scrolls for Hyperion, which not completely sure why they thought it was boosting.
Well, but the coins came after other profile or something?
What do you mean by other profile?
Well, if you got banned from profile boosting, the implication there is that you got coins off another profile.
So,
like off of another profile that you're on.
No, I didn't have any other profile at the time. I had my main profile.
Was the ban for boosting or profile boosting?
Boosting.
Oh, okay. Well, that is very different than profile boosting.
All right, but it was a claim of boosting, and I'm honestly not sure what they saw as boosting. I made a ban appeal. Nothing came of it. I got the same automated message, like not even 12 hours later. But what I think should happen with false bans is if someone claims it's false, I feel we should actually have a staff member or a mod or something like that to actually look at the appeal, maybe ask questions, because I've never had a question asked for any of my ban appeals. I've been banned 3 separate times.
Like, what questions do you think they should ask?
something that could give them perspective on what you're claiming happened. So if you get banned for profile boosting, maybe they should ask, okay, what was your net worth? What do you think caused the ban? Something like that. Something that gives them perspective on what you think happened. Like, do you understand what I'm trying
Why
to
would
say?
they need to get that from you rather than looking on their internal system?
You make a good argument. I honestly cannot answer that question.
Because
Again,
I
I'm
would
not-
think that they try to find this type of stuff out before even banning anyone, right? That's what I would think. I don't know if that's true, but I mean that's what makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know if boosting bans are fully automated or if there's always someone who's pulling the trigger at the end of the day. I just don't know how it works. No one, unless you're an admin, you don't know how it works. I have no clue. If I had to guess, just from the nature of boosting bans,
I'd imagine most of them are automated.
I was gonna say the other way around. Actually, wait, let me think about that, because maybe that would make sense if it was true.
Okay, so this is how I'm thinking of it. With boosting bans, they already assume, hey, this is what you did, and they know you did it, so they aren't going to take the time to look at it and say, hey, this might not actually be true.
Wait, so,
do you
say that
understand what I'm
again?
saying with this?
No,
So
I don't.
I feel-
you need to repeat that.
Okay. So I feel that they think that this is something you already did. There is hard evidence with it, and
Yeah, I agree. They
they can
probably
prove
do think that.
so they aren't going to take the time to look at your ban appeal because they think that you did it for sure. So that's why I think it's mainly automated.
Let me think. Does that make
Because if you're
sense?
getting banned for something like, because if you're getting banned for something like that, that's a serious allegation. Like, they most likely already took the time to look into it.
I feel like a human would be looking at it for some situations to try to figure out the context of the trades. I'm sure some of them are probably like just fully automatic. Like, oh, you traded with someone with a very you-sided trade where you're profiting like 500%. You're trading with someone who is on a level 1 account, and the person, they're on a new profile that they were added onto, and the person who used to be on that profile left, so they're the only one on that profile because they probably got it from ratting. Then
Yeah.
I don't think it would be unreasonable for them to like a system to just automatically ban your ass.
Okay. So are we talking about appeal, or are we talking about ban?
Well, that's just like, well, right now we're talking about the ban system. But I think in that scenario, I don't think it would be unreasonable for someone who accepted a trade like that to receive an automated ban.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Yes, that is reasonable. What I thought we were talking about was the appeal system.
Well, we were, and then we pivoted onto that, but we could go back to that
Okay.
if you want.
No, you're running this down. So, with the I was gonna say, do we know if those bans are automated or if they're actually looked at? So that's
What
the topic we're on.
bans?
Those boosting bans.
Well, we
Like-
don't know. No one knows unless they're an admin, but we could kind of have a guess at it. We could just make an educated guess, and that's all anyone could do. Because unless you're an admin, you can't say with certainty how the system works unless you like have direct access to the system, right?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that some of them aren't looked at, but some of them are looked at.
Okay.
What do you
Yeah.
think of that? And
I think
I don't think that
valid.
I don't think that they all need to be looked at either. Like most of them probably don't need to be looked at.
I think that's valid. One reason I think some of them should be looked at is because
Well, you're lagging. You're lagging.
actually had unbanned for. Am I
Okay,
lagging now?
I think you're good now.
Okay. So you have a good point, but I think that some also do need to be looked at if they were an automated ban, because let's see. What I'm thinking of is the instances where people have been unbanned from profile boosting bans where they get completely wiped, but they have their profile wiped.
Okay, wait, you're lagging a bit still. Actually, you're lagging.
How about now?
Okay, you're good now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we might have to come back to you in a bit. I think we'll move you out and we'll come back to you in a bit because you are a bit laggy. But let me know. We'll check in. Okay, shit. I wanna read up on chat, bro. Melon King, if you have such a storm to type up, join the call, bro. Little Pig, are you Ivory? Are you Ivory in Discord? I don't know what I'm supposed to be using. Should I be using my I guess Hermit Crab, right? Catching hotspot secret is 50%. I guess it's kind of what I'm after. I'm Little Pig. Wait, why do I not see any Little Pig in a VC? You're not in a VC. I can't drag you in if you're not. What do you think is gonna happen? You have to join a VC so it can move you. All right, Little Pig, here you are.
JC. Oh, I just had a. Oh, sorry, one sec. Let me just turn your stream off. Anyway, so I have a story about being false banned. Basically, I had like two profiles, like a new one where I was playing with a friend, and then like the next day I was playing my other profile with the same friend and gave him some stuff because one profile is better than him, other profile is worse, and I got banned for that. Which like I understand from their perspective, but like I appealed and they just said no. So like, you know.
Well, did you play on the other profile at all? Also, let me make it clear. I think like bans like this are like largely baloney. Like, I don't think only 1% of boosting bans are false, to be honest. Like when people think it's like profile boosting or whatever, like maybe it's like 2%. Maybe I'll give that up.
Yeah, I know, but like it's just that the appeal process for that. I had like one account, one of the profiles had like 1,000 hours. The other one had what, like 20 hours. And
Wait, so what did you trade off
dungeon
one of the
stuff.
profiles? Like,
Just an
if I
alternate
had to
profile that I
guess,
had.
oh. Well,
But, like,
I guess
yeah,
it
I had, like,
depends
shitty
how you
profiles.
got the stuff in the profile. Like if
like,
you never
fully
played
legit.
on the profile and just used it for minions or something, and then you transferred
No,
off. Like,
like-
I don't even know if I would agree with them banning if that was the case or something, but
I think it just looked like, because like I went from one profile where he was helping me and we were like partying and stuff to another where I just transferred him a load of items. I spent like 50-50
Wait,
between the two profiles.
He was helping you on one profile, and then you were helping him from the other profile?
Well, like I like playing both as like more early game and then more mid game, and so I played like between the two profiles. But I also like playing with my mate, so I'd always play with him. So depending which profile I was playing.
Was he helping you on the other profile or something?
Yeah, he was helping me on the bad profile, and I was helping him with my good profile.
Wait, so what? You gave
Like,
him items off the
helping
good
as
one or
in-
the bad one?
I gave him like my old armor sets off the good one.
Oh,
I got banned for profile boosting for doing that.
yeah. I mean, just personally, I sounded like I don't think you should have been banned for that. Obviously, I don't have the full context. This is kind of the issue with. This is kind of the issue with bans is like anyone you ask about their boosting ban, like they probably also think they didn't do anything wrong, even if they did. I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but I think the rules
Realistically,
around
I probably did
boosting
break the
are
rules there, but
wait, why?
because well, like you couldn't. How are they supposed to know my intention wasn't to pay for his services? You know, helping me here. It's like boosting is where like you get one shit account and you use another profile to help that account get better.
No, that is not even disallowed. Like you're allowed to like help profiles between each other. To my understanding, all right. I'm not an admin. This is my personal opinion, but
okay, then. No,
to my understand, like if I wanted to transfer a bunch of stuff to a different profile and
I've been
play
banned
on
for doing
it-
that as well, so that does get you banned as well.
Well,
I had
again, you could say this like we can't really verify this happened or whatever, but I'm just saying I'm pretty sure you're allowed to transfer stuff between profiles, as long as like
I don't think you are.
you are. I'm telling you, you 100% are. You're allowed
I've
to
been banned
transfer
for
stuff
boosting.
between profiles, but where the issue falls is if like one of the main points of one of the profiles existing is because of the
minions,
coins.
okay.
Like definitely don't be transferring any wealth generated off of minions, but yeah, that's where I would agree. I do think the rule set does need like some sort of rework, but I say that I haven't read the rules in like a year, so I would have to go give them a look, because I know they did update them somewhat recently. So yeah, I don't know, but I can for sure say that what you described, like transferring stuff off of one profile to another, if you're not like doing it in like any like exploitive or boosting manner, then like you're not gonna get punished for it. I've definitely done that before, and so have a lot of other people.
Yeah, but you know, YouTube rank might help.
I mean, I know a bunch of other people without YouTube rank that have also done that. So
yeah, I don't know. I quit the game after that for like 3 years, so you know, I can do it anymore.
fair. I mean, shit, if I got banned and I wasn't a YouTuber, I'd probably quit the game too. Especially if I thought my ban was false, I would for sure quit the game. Why would I keep playing?
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, alright, thank you
Also,
for...
I think that a lot of bans are reviewed by real people, because I've had accounts banned for completely legit reasons, like IRL trading and stuff. And it takes like a couple days afterwards for me to get banned sometimes, which like probably isn't a bot.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, like if I had to guess, it's mainly like a bot that's like flagging things and then like a person double checking. That's what makes the most sense. In my opinion.
Yeah. Then like, I think their bots aren't very good, because there's like, yeah. Anyway, there are definitely ways to get around IRL trading.
Is there?
Like, yeah, 100%.
Like what?
Like, one method is like, you put loads of drill parts in a drill, and then you sell it and pretend that you didn't realize you have those drill parts in it. And other ones are like with cakes and stuff. Yeah. Just like collector's items, or like Seymour boots, the Seymour armor sets. They're also like for IRL trading a big thing.
Wait, why are the Seymour armor sets?
Because like you know how they're
Priority.
random color between them, and like if you get a full armor set of one color, it's like sick. It looks cool. Really hard to get. It's like with
Yeah,
certain
no,
skins.
you know,
in,
I get what you're saying. Just because it's hard to like actually pinpoint the value of these things.
yeah, things that are like difficult
Um,
to pinpoint the value.
I
Anyway,
guess.
well, yeah, like that is. I've seen people do it that way, so yeah, that does work.
I mean, I'm sure it works to an extent, but if someone's like spam doing that, I'm not sure how far it's gonna take them.
Well, yeah, like you get like collector accounts that are actually just IRL trade accounts. They're collecting loads of Seymour paces, and like they'll have legit trades in there as well, but they also have like really dodgy trades.
I mean, yeah,
Anyway.
I believe that. All right.
Yeah,
well,
don't IRL
thank
trade,
you.
GF banned.
Thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Take care. Thoughts, guys? Thoughts? Feedback? You can argue you wanted that exact hex, so you paid $5 bill for one piece. Yeah, even then, that is like another example of like, you know, I guess some bands like that could be bullshit. I don't know how that argument would hold up that you wanted some exact hex, so you paid 5 billion coins for a random piece of Seymour armor. Yeah. Bomb, what's up, man? Same goes for pet skins since they can't really track them and are hard to trace which skin it is. Yeah, I'm not even gonna like fight that really. I'm sure it is hard to do that. Like, that probably is a way people get around IRL trading just because of how difficult it would be to quantify the value of these things on a large scale. But I don't really think that's how most people get false banned anyways, so yeah, but I'm not saying that. I mean, I wonder how many people even claim they get false banned from trading like Seymour armor or old pet skins. I feel like especially old pet skins are probably treated pretty fragilely, where like they're probably not gonna ban you for that unless you're like, oh, I traded a black sheepskin for nothing, and this guy has been holding on to it ever since. It's like 100 mil for pieces. If you find a full set in the color, which can argue, I mean, there's no full Seymour armor set of the same color. I don't think that even exists. But 100 mil coins also is not really a lot, like at all. Like, I don't even know if people are IRL trading that, because, bro, that would literally be like 25 cents or something. Like, that would be like a buck. MC Blast, I feel like you always have like extreme takes that you're just saying to rage bait more than anything. There can be multiple pieces in the same color. You get a lot of pieces and trade a lot. In the exact same color, I doubt there's a full set. Maybe there's like 2. There's a few. I mean, I believe that there. I don't. Wait, you think there's a few set? No way. There's no way there's a full set. And also, Melon King, paying for a pure black Seymour armor piece is different from paying for a random random hex. Because I mean, technically they're all the same rarity, right? But I think it's probably more believable if someone would pay that much for a full black one rather than a random hex. I'm on your island. What, you have a full set of identical hex codes on my island? Surely not. You actually? But actually, my island is closed. You're not on my island. Ryan, what's going on, man? Is it even worth doing hotspots? I feel like it's not. Oh no, I was talking to Melon King. Doug, what's up, man? I feel like Melon King was saying something earlier. If you have 3/4 already of the, okay, no one has that. But yeah, I don't think this is something that widely happens of people getting false bans for trading Seymour armor. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that. First off, how many people are trading Seymour armor? Like 2. How many people have gotten banned for that? Probably like 1. How many people got false banned for that? Probably 0. Right? Realistic. How many people are actually like out here trading Seymour armor every day? Probably not a lot. We aren't saying they get false ban. We're saying actual IRL. I mean, Melon King, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that, bro. I'm not disagreeing with that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of like an impossible problem to fully squash. Bobby, let's go, bro. Yeah, I guess I will use Hermit Crab. I don't know if I should be fishing with, I guess Hermit Crab does make sense, right? Does anyone know? No, I feel like fishing, outside of a hotspot is probably best for Carmine Die, but I do want to try to get Bobbin time set, so I'll focus on hotspot for now. I feel like more people had a take. Bobby, I'm outside of the dojo. There you go. I feel like more people had a take. Anyone have a take? Bro, there are so many comments pressed on my video. Like, maybe I'll read some of the comments on the video. I don't have anything against Ass My Stranded. Hold on. My Stranded as boosting wiped and got banned. Dude, my Stranded ass boosting wiped and got unwiped after appeal. It's just a real step that doesn't sit right with me. Wait, what? Your Stranded was wiped and unwiped after the appeal. Doesn't that mean that appeals do work? What did you write in your appeal actually, Melon? I'm curious. Are you in my Discord? Can you open a Discord and send me what you submit in your appeal? Because I'm actually very curious. Now, I don't... Hold on. It's frickin' runic, bro. I got a combat XP. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Bobby, bro. I'm so sorry. What the fuck? A fucking runic, bro? Oh, wait. Am I supposed to be swapping off of this armor set? I don't think I am. I don't think I am supposed to be swapping off. I didn't do it. I didn't do the appeal. My cop did it. That was responsible. Oh, can you get me a copy of the appeal? Hold on, I have to wait out the like invincibility period. I don't know how long it is with these guys. Oh, I guess it's not that long. What the hell? Wait, why do I keep swapping my armor? I have to stop. Let me get some music on. Camp Sea Blast, bro, that is not a hot take, man. That is not a hot take. Yeah, I think what's most interesting to me about this is people do get unbanned after they appeal. So like, what are these people saying? And what are they saying that makes the staff change their judgment, right? That the staff couldn't have verified on their end. MC Blast, that's just your opinion, bro. You're allowed to have an opinion. I feel like there's more. Does anyone else want to be dragged in? Does anyone have a hot take? Wait, profile boosting bans 2 people, and the ban counts as 1 person. I don't think that's true. I don't think profile boosting always bans 2 people. The ban counts as 1 person, so the first person gets a 30-day ban. Okay, I don't think this is true. I scrolled up a lot for that. Verb, what's up, man? What's up, Verb? How you doing, man? I mean, funny enough, certain admins' items are tracked when traded. Someone get wiped for it. What is an admin item? What is that? Verb, come on, bro. Come on. Don't ruin my day. Admin items admins made. OG space helmet, for example. What? Someone got wiped for trading an OG space helmet? I mean, I'm sure it does happen. I'm sure it does happen. Dead bush of love. What is going? Why can I not catch a fish? What the hell is going on? OG space helmet doesn't get fully tracked. What do you mean by fully tracked? Like, what does that mean? The admins could track every single item that exists in the whole game. They could track literally everything. Drag me in? Okay. Let me drag you in. Alright, sir. Explain, please.
Okay. I'll just give a quick rundown. So, certain high valued or like super rare items like the Builder's Clay, Dead Bush of Love, and some other ones get tracked like properly. So when a trade happens, it gets flagged. So what happened was you probably know because I've asked you about it, but I do run collector subs, so we do keep track of certain items.
Okay, guys, this is like someone who has some some block knowledge here, right? I forgot you did that.
Yeah, so basically what happened was like around a year or 2 ago, there's a guy named DT Axel who was trying to buy a Dead Bush of Love from someone. He did buy it. It was kind of a sketchy ass trade, I can't lie. But
wait, why was it sketchy?
It was just in general, like, because what happened was he did trade items for it, but the value for the items wasn't like somewhere near what you would expect for an item like that, because the Dead Bush of Love is like a super rare item. No one trades it around. It's like...
Yeah, like, how many of those even exist?
Hard to put a number on it, because I don't remember off the top of my head, but I feel like there's like 5 to 10 maybe. If any.
Yeah,
that.
I would believe that. Like, I would believe there's not
I would
a lot
have to
of
check
those.
the list, but there is a list.
I mean, the
anyways,
specifics don't matter. Yeah, the specifics don't matter.
Yeah, but anyways, he did do the trade. What happened was apparently he made the guy who traded him, or who had it originally, said something about, did you send it or something like that along those lines in the group chat or like in the party chat.
Bro!
Next thing you know it, he gets wiped fully because of that trade. Because the trade was tracked.
Okay, I mean, like, come on. At a certain point, it's like, especially like, you're saying that the trade was like undervalued on one side. I mean, I guess it depends to the extent of how
it was like
undervalued
it
that
seemed
was.
undervalued from someone who collects. Like as an admin, I wouldn't think they would know exactly how much the values are, because like most of it's probably like collectible items, like skins, exotics, and all that. Because it is a huge trade. It was like over 100. So
Oh, they gave over 100 bill for it and still got
Yeah, they still got went. It was kind of but regardless, apparently what I've been told is that Dead Bush's Love, those who play Boombo can't get traded anyways, but
Wait, what?
that's apparently close.
Really?
Allegedly. Apparently man only got it because of that helping get it and he got in trouble.
What the hell? Wait, all of them have always been co-op soulbound?
It doesn't say on it, but you can't. Apparently, you can't trade it. That's the same with the wiki editor pencil, I believe. If I'm not wrong. I might be wrong.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
There are certain items that you can't trade, even though they are like highly sought after. But yeah,
Well, I don't know. I feel like you can't make the statement that like some items aren't tracked and some are. Like I'm sure they're all tracked.
no, they have it in the back. Like,
Oh
that's
wait,
for
what
sure,
the fuck?
but, like,
The stream? Oh no. The stream can hear you. They're just saying because of the boss I was killing, they couldn't hear you for a sec. Guys, I'm not adjusting my game sound. That's just how loud it's gonna be. Because I don't want to change it in the middle of like recordings. What were you saying? Sorry.
No. So what I was saying was, here, let me go find it. But what was I saying? It was something about, oh yeah, the Gloom boat can't be traded. Some admin was helping him, trade it apparently.
Wait,
to do the trade
helping who
between.
trade it?
You probably know them, Ben Clark and TG Waffles, like their co-op.
Oh, that is really interesting. That's surprising
not
that
supposed
an
to be able-
admin would do that. What the hell? Yeah, the admin probably did get in shit for it. If
Yeah,
they're helping
he
someone
did.
trade like essentially a soulbound item.
Well,
what
no,
the
it
hell?
wasn't really mentioned that it was soulbounded, right? It was only brought up after the fact.
Well, I mean, yeah, even then, even if it is soulbounded, then I don't even
It was
know
mainly
if I
'cause-
believe this. Is there like video evidence of like an admin helping conduct a trade or something? I feel like I don't believe that.
Hold on, let me go to Thomas's. Let me check my Discord. I sent it somewhere.
Like this just doesn't sound believable. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I would need to see evidence to believe something like this.
Hold on, let me
Yeah,
just
classical. If you join the Discord, we could get you in there.
find it where Thomas mentioned it.
There, I turned them up a bit.
Where did he mention it? Where did he mention it? I gotta go check. Give me a sec.
Like unless there's like actual video evidence or even like
I mean, it's
I don't
known
know.
that
I feel like
I mean, it's
I
already
just
known
would
that
never believe something like this.
I mean the fact that Ben and Ben's co-op has it on display on their island. And I mean, you can't trade it, so it had to get onto their profile one way or another.
Well, I know that, but do I think the likely way that item got onto their island was from
An admin? I mean, like,
admin? I don't
there wouldn't
think
be
so.
any other way to get it.
Well, why not? Like, why wouldn't there be? Like,
Because
I feel like
hold on, right? Like, you can't trade it. That's the thing. You can't put it into a trade menu. Apparently, from what I've been told.
I feel like especially clean boats are an old item, right? Like those have probably been around since what, like 2020, 2021? Like when did those start getting added to the game?
Those were handed out by thing, right? Miniclune.
Yeah, like those probably are older than Iron Man, if I had to guess. Like they're older than the Iron Man game mode.
I mean, let me check.
Like I literally don't know. That's just what I think off of the vibes, I guess. Guys, I might be the worst fisher of all time.
Yeah, it's not tradable. Yeah, if you check the wiki, it also says it's not tradable.
Well, I'm sure it's untradeable now, but do I think it's always been untradeable for ever? Like it's just like too unbelievable to me that an admin would help some player conduct a trade or something. Like, I just actually don't think I would ever believe that in like basically any circumstance.
I mean, the main reason why I'd believe it is because both Ben Clark and DG Waffles have the largest like collection of like space zones as well.
I would have to like see what they actually say about that. Like
I mean, you can probably contact Clark. He'll probably tell you. He is a YouTuber anyways.
yeah, I mean I'm sure I just don't care enough personally. I do find it interesting, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to do that. But
Yeah. Yeah, it's
to
fair.
me, the idea of an admin helping people conduct a trade is just so.
Oh no, admins have helped like broker like middleman trades before.
Really?
Yeah, it depends. If it's like a super like it's a large trade that has to be done through like an admin or something. It's been done before like that.
Really? When was the last time something like this happened?
Honestly, the last time I don't remember when the last time was, but I've known it has happened before. That's like I need to go ask someone who has done it before, but
Why am I always
9
out of
times out of 10
mana?
times
Where's
they
my
say no.
mana? Like I feel like this hasn't happened in the last like 5 years. Like I don't have
Nah,
any
it's probably
evidence of
happened
this.
last year.
Really?
Like last year, I most likely it's happened once last year. I forgot what it was for. It was another large item. I'd have to go check. Mm,
What the fuck? Wait, that is if that's true, that is really surprising to me. What admin? What admin do you think would like most likely do something?
Oh, Dio
like
would help
this?
for sure. I know that.
Dio would help with this.
He usually doesn't. It depends on who's asking him. That's the one thing. If he knows you somehow, or like you've helped him out before or something, he'd probably help you out. He usually doesn't. Like that's what I've been told. Like 99% of the time you ask him, he's gonna say no.
Like who
He's-
would ask him that he would say yes to? 'Cause
I would have no idea.
I
I've been
just
told
think
that he
there's
did help
literally
middle
no
trade.
world where this would ever happen.
I was
Wait,
just told
so
this
who?
once.
Oh,
This is like a long time ago though. This was like last year or something.
bro, I don't believe it. I just don't.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe to be honest.
Like maybe if you could like pinpoint who made the claim, and then verify it to some degree. I feel like anyone who this would have happened to, they would have taken like a screenshot or something of it.
I have to check.
Right.
Honestly, there's probably someone that I can ask.
Like, isn't that something people commonly do anyways when they're trading like shit like this? Is they take screenshots of it
Yeah,
and
I'd
they
have to
like
check.
go report the price somewhere or something? But like, I'm not saying it's impossible. What I am saying is I would never believe something like this without seeing like a screenshot. Maybe video evidence would be best. 'Cause it's just so unbelievable that something like this would ever happen, especially like I don't like I'm thinking I'm personally friends with Dio. I don't even think he would do something like this if I asked him to. I just don't think he would even give enough of a shit.
I
to be
don't think
honest.
he's done it in like a very long time though. It's like probably him specifically has been like years since he's done something like that.
Then what admin would it be?
Honestly, I would have no idea. It's just like word of mouth to be honest. Cause like the thing is that you also gotta think about it. Certain trades, like the only way they do happen is that if you have someone middleman it, cause like these items go for like large amounts, right? Like back in like a year or two ago, these amounts would have been like astronomical. Like you can see like a black sheep before it would have been like
Is that
over
really
100.
true? All these trades have to be middleman? I feel like using a middleman is just stupid. Like what? Why would you ever use a
Usually-
middleman instead of like?
If you trust the person that you're trading, usually you want a middleman, cause like yeah, you trust them.
Well-
But if
well,
it's
like,
someone you
just-
don't know,
Just thinking about how it works. If I was trading with someone, either they're going first and trusting that I'm not gonna scam them, or the trade is getting broken down into like different items So it can like
Yeah, so
be
that's
done
what
in one
usually
trade.
happens nowadays. Because like what happens is that, okay, let's say if the item that you're like selling is, for example, over the 10 bill like coin limit. What you do is you'd add collateral items and you'll trade the next day for the collateral back. So for
What?
example,
Oh,
like let's
like
say if it's
over
a
10 billion liquid coins? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, so let's say you're buying, okay, so for example, like let's say you're buying like some sort of skin that's like 15 bill, for example, right? You would trade 10 bill worth of coins plus 5 bill worth of regular items, like play items, like for example, like 2 Hyperions or like something like that, right?
Right,
I'm not sure
right.
what the price is, right? And then the next day, once your trade limit gets reset, because you only have 10 bill that you're able to trade in one day, the next day you'd go in and then trade back the person who you traded with the collateral, they'll trade it back for the 5 bill, right?
Yeah, that makes
Like
perfect
that
sense, and
works.
that's like a
That
perfect
works.
use of how collateral should be applied.
That works,
Um,
but the thing is that if the item becomes like very large in the sense where it's like over 100
what
bills
is
or
it,
something like
Bird?
that, you would have to get a middleman because it's
Wait,
probably not
why
possible
though?
to, because you're gonna have to be doing 10 different trades if it's over if it's over 100, or like not 10. You'd probably be like doing like 5, but like, are you really willing to do 5 different trades each day just to do like one thing when you can have a middleman?
Well, I guess if someone is buying something in straight liquid coins, like in this example, it was someone using like 100 billion liquid coins or something to buy the trade.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like, wait, hold on, I have the screenshot somewhere of Axel like doing this trade. Where he'd sent a screenshot of the trade. I didn't go find it.
like even in a situation like that, again, I would think it would just make most sense to be done in like over 10 different days
Trading back and forth, yeah.
of like just a shit ton of collateral with like um yeah, I think that just makes sense with a shit ton of collateral and breaking down items smaller and smaller over time.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Like
yeah,
why would
like
anyone
you should.
trade any other way? I feel like
That's why you'd get an admin because they can like do the trade.
what? No, there's no way an admin would move someone 100 billion liquid coins. There's no way an admin would ever do that because
It.
and I would
I
actually
haven't seen
go
it
on
myself.
record to say that has literally never happened where an admin helps someone do a trade to pass the trade
Probably
limit.
not.
That has
Probably not
literally
past
never
trade
happened.
limit, but hold on. Let me go find it. Clone boat. No. Where is this screenshot? I actually can't find it.
And even just conceptually, to me, it doesn't make sense why an admin would stick their neck out for someone. Because what if they're like unknowingly helping with IRL trading something?
Yeah,
I
that's the
just
one
don't
thing. But
think that an admin would ever like take a risk like that.
hold on, I gotta have to go find these screenshots. You're making me dig through like 2 years worth of collectors other screenshots right now.
Like I don't think you personally are lying to me. I think that someone told you
Either
something that's
Ivan just
not
told me
true.
something wrong. Yeah, it's that or like I'd have to go check. Yeah, let me. Where is the screenshot? I actually don't know. Funny enough, there was another big trade that happened, but that was done through the auction house. That
Real-
was one
Oh
was
right, I
for
forgot you could go up to like what is 50 bill the max?
yeah. Now it's 50 for auction house. So now people just don't do the middleman thing; they just do the auction house if they need to. So for
Yeah,
example,
that
the
makes sense.
last
I
recent trade
forgot.
that I actually know about was the Doctor Space helmet for who was it? It was I have the video. Why is the name slipping from me? It's someone that had YouTube rank but got it's Death Streaks.
Wait,
Death
what
Streaks
about
face.
death streaks?
His space helmet got sold. I'm
I
not
believe
sure.
that. Wait, what about that? Why is that relevant? Sorry.
I'm not sure if you knew, but he
I
basically got-
know the situation, bro. we
Yeah,
don't
yeah, yeah.
gotta
So
go
that
over on
person,
stream. I don't support
I'm,
that.
yeah, but I'm not gonna go into that. But that space helmet sold for 35 bill on auction house because they didn't want to do like a middleman trade. So instead, they just used the auction house and they paid like I think it was like they
Honestly,
did during.
I'm surprised it wasn't more. 35.
I mean,
bro?
yeah, in a sense, it should have been more, but like as you know, it was because of that. I mean, it did go to like Ruxter, who's currently I think #1 net on the leaderboard.
How does that guy? I only found out about that guy's profile yesterday. How does he have so much money?
Whatever you think it is that I'm not gonna say it out loud.
So he's ratting people.
No. He spends money. Let's just say that. I'm not gonna go into it, but
Okay. I'll just pretend he's a code Squid user, guys.
yeah, he does buy gems, a lot of gems. But anyways, yeah, no, but
Flashback!
he did buy the space helmet for like 35-ish.
Name this clip.
You can check his
Flashback.
auction house actually if you want.
No, I
Probably on
believe you.
there.
I don't need to fact check that one. Like if something is believable enough, I'll take it as face value. But when something sounds impossible to me, like an admin doing a trade for people, there's literally no world where I'm gonna ever believe that. I just don't. Actually, I would believe it if I saw like video evidence or even a screenshot would make me start to believe it. But even if I saw a screenshot, I'm gonna be honest, I'd be like, okay, so where's like the video? Like I'd probably even want to see a video. Alan King, what are we looking at?
Has image. Where did this guy post a screenshot? Oh my god, digging through this is so painful.
Alan King, what is the point of that, bro?
Creative mind. Oh, isn't it?
Hi Squid, what's going on with this band situation? It was so to the blue. I have an impression something happened to you personally. Nothing happened to me personally. I just think it's always an interesting topic in the community, and I needed some rage bait video to post on YouTube. So yeah, not even that. It was like intentionally rage bait. People just get raged up about it. It was middleman for fearless.
Okay, this is him having the actual item in his screen. Hold on, hang on, go to ticket. Is that tickle still open or is it gone?
No, it's gone. You'll have to post it in images and links.
Alright, so this is him having the actual item after trading it. Where is the bad message? Or the trade message?
Wait, no, well, I don't.
Hold on.
Wait,
I'm
actually,
trying to
why do I
find
know this guy's name? I feel like I know this guy's username.
He's probably contacted you about trying to get like help to get unbanned. I'm not gonna lie. He asked
I
Dio.
don't think it
He
was that.
asked.
Maybe I've just seen him around for being rich or something. Maybe he's like.
Oh yeah, no,
posts on
he was
Reddit or
pretty
some
rich.
bullshit
About it,
or
right?
something, but
Let's see, where is this stream?
right here. Why am I so bad at... Hold on, Bobby. There's a jobist. Money's calling.
Yeah, but his thing got denied pretty quickly.
Bro, they must have known he was doing some bullshit, bro.
Probably.
No, I don't not believe that like someone got banned for trading like what are you posting me this screenshot of? Like I don't disbelieve
I'm trying
that
to find the
this guy
actual
traded
trade
for
where he
that
did it.
dead bush of love. Oh, you're trying. Okay, I see.
Yeah. Where did the screenshot go? There's no way he deleted it.
Bobby, if you can.
He has a screenshot of the TXT file, but it's probably edited.
Thank you, Bobby.
Oh yeah, but this is the mention though that I was saying. Like, did he send it or not? This is what he was saying.
Wait, so what was he gonna say? Are you gonna send or like what is that? What is that for?
Apparently, what he was saying, it was supposed to be some link to the Discord or something. That's what he was claiming. Like, I wouldn't put. Like, I'm not gonna say anything 'cause I don't know, but 'cause I wouldn't know,
His
right?
ass probably got rightfully banned. His ass probably got rightfully banned.
Yeah, but the thing is that, like, the fact that it got like quick checked like that quick. Like, I think he got banned like the next, like pretty much like the next day.
I mean, I don't think that's that unbelievable, to be honest. I would think that the bans like this happen pretty fast. Like, how much shit do they actually... Would you expect them to have to look at internally before making a decision, right? Especially, like, whatever system probably flags it. Especially if they're reading the logs like that, bro. Like, if I was an admin, I'd probably ban that guy's ass too, because...
I'm saying it's not like
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's an unfair ban. It's probably valid, to be honest, but the thing is that, like, what I was saying is that, like, even though they do track trades, because the thing is that there's a lot of trades that happen that will look sus, but nothing happens to them. For example, like, if you think about it, giveaways and stuff that are done by like SPZ or like our server as well.
I mean,
Right, like, you
giveaways
might-
aren't allowed. So we're on this. Giveaways are just not allowed.
Alleged, like, that's apparently what it was said. Apparently,
No, like it's in the rules explicitly stated that giveaways are against the rules. Like, you're just not allowed to do them.
yeah, but people like SPZ specifically, I'll say, they still do it, right? And people don't get banned for that, even though they might be getting like 1 bill pure in like a straight trade or something like that, like along those lines, right?
Yeah,
But like
I
that
believe
doesn't
that.
get flagged.
I believe that.
That doesn't get flagged, right? Like there's also trades where it's like, oh, like for example, exotics, right? Like, it looks like it's just like in trade, it looks like a regular dragon set or whatever, right? But you're probably trading in like 10, 14 bill or something around those lines, depending on the set. To
Yeah, but
another person,
even
right?
that, they could see that it's like a dyed set. It's not like this is stuff that the staff team's like incapable of perceiving. Like that, I'm sure
Yeah,
they could
but the
see
thing
that.
is that that's what I'm saying, right? But even if it does get flagged internally saying, oh, it's what's it called? It looks weird, and they check it. They have to manually check multiple trades like that, right?
Right. So I would agree that's probably a big issue. In terms of like that definitely lowers the accuracy of any bans
'Cause,
that
like,
happen
that's-
for those items, like for sure.
Like, I'd
But
say
it also brings into question how many people are actually claiming to have gotten false bans from like an exotic trade or something, right?
that's the thing. Not a lot of people do get banned often, like from what I've seen, for trading like, high-end skins or exotics, if any.
Yeah, that's
Like,
why
if
I
it's-
think that they probably have some sort of good like way to go about it, rather than
That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
know. They must have a good enough system where, because these communities do exist where they're trading collectibles.
Oh yeah, no, like they're huge, right? That's the thing. The amounts are also huge, but the thing is that if you think about it, that's why some of these guys who like are doing sketchy trades usually use these items in order to.
I believe
Get
that
around
100%. Without a doubt, I believe that's happening. But
Oh yeah, that
I think
happens all the time.
there's only so much that could be done about something like that. Because I mean, obviously they don't require 100% proof to ban someone. Otherwise, there would be no false bans. But I'm sure they have a high enough like level of evidence they need before they pull the trigger on someone.
Yeah, it's usually chained from what I've heard. It's not like you get completely banned. It's usually like done in waves, depending on the type of ban.
I don't even know if I. Wait, like what for boosting bans like this?
No, if it's like an automated one. If it's like a manual ban, they'll just most likely do it straight out. Unless if it's a dupe one, which in case they wait and they track everything and then do it. From what I've been told. But
Yeah, it's just so hard to say because at the end of the day, nobody's an admin and everyone has their own guess about
yeah.
how the system works, and everyone has like different ways that they think the system should work too. I don't think this is something that people would even really argue too much about. That like, out of all the quote-unquote false bans, boosting bans have got to be the like highest rate of like,
Because the thing is,
false
boosting.
bans.
There's so many things that fall under boosting, right? There's like, oh, you're boosting a profile, or you're boosting as in like you're trading coins with someone and you're like they're getting a lot of coins, or you're trading between profiles. You're doing, I think minion boosting is also part of boosting.
Yeah.
Right. So that as well. And there's like just a bunch of other stuff that fall under that same category.
Yeah, but
So
at the same time, it kind of makes sense that they're not telling people exactly what got them banned for boosting. 'Cause if you're gonna boost in the future, you'll just not go as far as what they told you, right? So
Yeah,
I think
too.
it makes sense. That
But,
they
like, in
don't specifically
context-
tell people.
But the thing is that the fact that they just auto reply to emails or like to appeals and just auto deny it, unless like the only way that I've seen like it's happened is that if you have someone that you can contact an admin with in order to get them to look at it properly to help you understand why you got banned, like there's no
The-
way for you to actually find out what
The
actually
thing
got
is,
you banned.
it doesn't necessarily matter what got you banned, like whether you know. Like, actually, well, I guess it does if you're
I
trying
mean,
to
if you're
appeal.
able to appeal it, yeah,
But
that's what I'm saying, right? Because if you know what's the reason and you have like solid evidence of showing how A, this wasn't like the case, or B, this just like never happened,
yeah,
like you
yeah,
can show that in your appeal, right?
because at the end of the day, they can't know if you IRL traded for 10 billion or
You just really wanted something for 10 billion, like,
or if like someone just gifted you 10 billion coins. I mean,
or that too, yeah.
like if if someone was to buy 10 billion coins off their like good friend they've been playing Skyblock with for a long time, I don't think there's a way the admins could like conclusively know whether those coins were gifted or IRL traded. But that's
Yeah,
why
that's the thing
for
with gifting. Like
IRL
most
trading, I
most
think
people,
the context of it is what matters more than everything. Like the example I used earlier, where someone is someone got a 10 billion coin gift from an account that logged onto Hypixel for the first time yesterday, and the current only profile they have, they joined it, and then the person who used to own it left right after. Like, I
okay,
think
that's a funny thing actually. That reminds me. So there's another thing. You've actually made a video about this. It's like the sniping like whole thing about around that
yeah.
and like sharking people for items, right? Like people usually don't get banned for that because like you might just try to find the contact information for someone who has something like that's worth valuable to another person. For example, exotics or like an OG skin that like was released way early on that people can't get their hands on right now, right? Like people try to contact them and then get them on to trade those items, right? Those people don't get banned for that because it's not like it doesn't get like it doesn't. I wouldn't say it doesn't get flagged in the system. Like that's what I believe. But like in a sense, like I haven't seen anyone who's specifically been doing this for a long time, who's been like sniping or sharking people like this, get banned for that specifically. Because like right after they get the item, they're basically flipping it for like profit, right? That's the thing.
Right. Well, like,
And
where
so
are
they
you
don't-
saying that you think they should be getting banned or something?
No, because like if it's like they're getting an item for free after asking for it, it's like yeah, like you're getting a gift, right? Like if you're getting gifted an item, yeah, it makes sense. But if you're paying, the only reason why IRLing is banned is because I think it's EULA, right? Like that's the whole reason why. Like they have to follow
wait,
that guideline.
the,
right?
the only reason they're getting banned is because of EULA? Probably not. They would probably be enforcing it either way because.
EULA is the main reason why, right? Because like that's
Well, no,
that's what I was thinking, right?
I would assume the main reason why is because people IRL trading is taking money that could be spent
That
on
too,
gems
yeah.
to sell cookies. That's probably the main reason
Yeah,
they
that
care
that,
about.
that too.
They probably don't like the EULA because it just restricts how the server is able to be monetized.
That too, yeah. But there's also, what was it? There's something about EULA that they weren't following. I forget. It passed my head, but there was something.
I think they're following the. If they weren't following the EULA, they would have heard about it. Mojang, or at least to the degree which Mojang actually.
It wasn't EULA.
tries
It was
to
something
enforce.
else. Yeah, that's the thing. Because the thing is that it wasn't EULA. It was something else. Basically, you know, you can actually request for all your data. The Hypixel has, like when you're trying to get it. The thing is that they ask for your like a specific like ID, like a physical ID of your thing, which is stored when they check it. They cross-reference your like name, apparently, with if you had a card on file. Because like if you go request for your data, right, you have to provide some sort of piece of ID to prove it to you. That's what they say.
Well,
Or like when you
wait,
when you go
why-
and actually do it.
how else would you prove it to you?
That's the thing. You won't be able to prove it, right? But the thing is that like you're using your Hypixel form account in order to create it anyways, which in a sense it's like yeah, you're requesting data about yourself, but providing your ID, like
Well,
your like
if
personal
they want your
information as well.
ID to match it with your transaction history, why is that like unreasonable? 'Cause
It's not that it's not that
otherwise,
they're
how
matching it
would
with
you like?
transaction history. It's more like they're tracking. I forgot what it was. There was something that someone was mentioning that they
Because otherwise, how would you be able to?
track like whose account it is. I mean, the thing is that you're getting your own, like you're using your, sorry, like if you're requesting it from the same Minecraft account and form account that you've linked
Up
to,
top,
right?
Bobby. Oh, you're here.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Give me a
Wait,
second.
no. I wasn't talking. I wasn't talking.
No, it's just I was getting a phone call and I was like messing up my thing. Sorry, but the thing is that you're requesting it from your like your Hypixel form account, which is already linked to the same IGN that you have, right? And then there's also already like 2FA that they have like for the forms, right? Where they requested code and everything.
I guess they just have a different level of
security for it.
of
Like it would make
security
sense.
for this type of thing. Because I would assume that if you're able to do this, you're probably also able to just request your data. Which obviously that would be sensitive information, which they probably would have a higher level of security rather than just having like access to the forums account or something. But I literally don't know. I don't really know how any of that stuff works, but that's the reason I would be able to think of. Because otherwise, like, if someone hacked your forums account, what, they would be able to request all your data? I literally don't know how it works. Maybe that's how it works on other like platforms, but I literally am just guessing.
Yeah.
But to me, it would make sense if they had like some higher burden of proof, I guess, if they wanted to like do something with someone's data.
I mean, yeah, that does make sense.
Because
But there are
otherwise,
certain
like
platforms that
even
don't
if
use-
someone's not requesting the data, if they access your forms account, then they might also be able to like request deletion of all your data on your forms account. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that is one point. But I'm not sure. There were some people who were part of the Skyblock resource development, so like stuff like Skyhelper and stuff like that. And they were talking about it before that I remember. But
I just
yeah.
think Hypixel is a big enough company where they have their asses covered legally, especially around like GDPR laws or whatever you're talking about. Like they probably know how to process that stuff how they should. But I don't know. It's possible they're like doing something illegal on that regard, but I literally have no idea. So unless we had some sort of like lawyer in here, or I guess someone who even wants to go read all the laws, then we just don't fucking know. But I could only assume they're doing it properly. I guess that is kind of a stupid like reason. Oh, they're too big, so they must be doing it right. But I don't know. How do you think that they should deal with that? If not, like, do you think as long as someone has access to the forums account, they should be able to do those sort of requests and stuff?
It's the thing is that they should be they can't make it a apparently they can't make it a requirement that you need to provide a photo ID in order to request your data, because under GDPR like rules, they can't force it like where you have to provide a piece of ID in order to get your data. Like there should be other alternatives which Hypixel doesn't provide, apparently, from what I was told.
Honestly, we don't even have to talk about, like, this isn't a hill I'm willing to die on. I don't actually know about this, so yeah, I have no idea.
I don't even know how I came back into the conversation, but my fault was that. But anyways, yeah. But boosting bans normally are, like, I feel like they're mostly checked with, they're manually checked for boosting after they get flagged in a trade. Because, like, usually it takes a few hours to like a day or something. There's only certain cases where, like, duping bans, for example, they usually just do that in waves. And
Really? I would assume if they ban someone for duping, they're probably instantly doing that shit.
No, they have to do it in waves so that they can figure out how they're doing it and like who's also involved, and also like track where those.
Wait, what? But how would doing it in waves help them do that?
Because the thing is that it's not probably gonna be one person who's doing it; it's gonna be multiple.
Wait, whoa.
So they have to.
Why is that? I feel like that wouldn't be true. Oh, like you think a group of people using a dupe at the same time?
Yeah, it'd be a group of people, yeah.
Oh,
Because like most of the times it's usually a group doing it, not just a single person. Because if it's a single person, most likely they'll just report it and get like a game breaker.
If one person got detected, but actually, so what would the point in not banning all of them at the same time be? What would the point in that be?
No, it is. They get banned at the same time, but in order to do that, they have to track it, right? And see who exactly is doing the same thing.
But how would they track it to begin with? Like, how would they even know if someone is duping?
Like, it's hard to say because I don't know. I'm not an admin, but I've been told like usually
I would assume the way that one person gets caught duping is how all of them would get caught duping. That's what I would assume.
Usually it's like, okay, there's like multiple types of dupes. One of them is like server crash, and it like redoes the thing. That's like really easy to get detected because if a server crashes, they're gonna check it regardless. So if someone's using some way to like crash the server in order to like dupe, that's pretty easy to tell. But like if it's something like a wardrobe, like you know how there used to be like the wardrobe dupe, where it's like you like swap between sets or something, and it dupes it. I'm not sure how it worked, to be honest. It was a while ago, but
honestly, I have no idea about that. Like, personally speaking, I didn't even know that was a thing.
this is like a while ago. This is like a few years ago, but and then there's like the infamous one was probably the hex dupe, to be honest. That one was like fully
is that
tracked.
the one where like
Dio fully checked it, yeah. It was like you can basically like hold an item and like apply it in the hex, and it basically applies it while keeping the item or something along those lines.
Oh.
So basically, you'd be able to like fully max enchant items and everything. If I
Wait,
was.
so why did you bring up that example? Sorry.
Anyways, I was bringing that up because basically, when they're tracking someone, they'd usually want to see if there's like other people doing the same thing. Like they try to patch it as fast as possible, right? But they'd also want to know like if there's other people involved.
Wait, why?
Right,
Though?
so they-
Why, like, what is
because-
the point in doing that?
Because the thing is that if you're duping, most of the times you're duping items that can't be tracked or like deleted. Because like, for example, like each item has its own unique identifier number or UUID, right?
So
So
what, they
once,
just do stackable
so what
items or like dupe a skin
Yeah,
and then
pretty much.
apply it or something? Like,
Exactly
is that even
that.
how that works? Oh.
Exactly how it works. Because what happens when a skin gets applied, for example, the UUID of the skin doesn't get kept. It's the pet item. So if you get a brand new pet and apply a dupe skin to it, it's gonna keep the UUID of the pet. So the pet is gonna be like a fresh, like it's going to be a fresh pet, right? So it's not gonna be conflicting with another one. Because the only way it gets wiped is if it matches two of the same UUIDs in the same server, or like same lobby, for example, and it just randomly picks one and just deletes one of them.
That's funny. I actually want to make a video where I like do that, where I buy 2 duped items and then like
Funny enough, I do have one rock. That's actually duped.
you have a duped rock? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I found out after the fact, so I'm just keeping it in a chest so that people don't get like screwed over in trades. So just sitting in the chest. But there is some other person with the same exact rock and a same applied skin.
Wait, so is that still something that happens then, where people are like buying
Oh, yeah,
duped
100%.
shit and getting fucked for it because it like randomly gets deleted?
Yeah, pretty much. Like it doesn't happen as often because what's happening now is a lot of them have become smarter where they just take an unapplied skin, dupe it, apply it, and then sell off the applied versions because that way it doesn't get tracked or like can't be told that it's duped. Because the thing is that there's no real way to tell unless you're like an admin,
Well,
right?
if you're an admin or if you have some mod that is like keeping like a
You can't. It's
database of
impossible
them.
because it's impossible to keep a database because you can just say that, oh, this was on my account that was held it for like this long, API off. You can't tell, right?
Well, like for example, if there's a database trying to keep track of them and then it like verifies that 2 people have the same item at the same time.
The thing is that you can't tell it's the same item, right? Because like if it's a, the thing is that what they do is they just create. You know how like you can get a rock pet, right? Like a regular one. When you create a new one, right? Like you won't be able to tell that if it's new, old, or anything unless it's been sold on AH or like something else, right? Where it was kept track, right? So
well, no, if it's just like tracked in someone's API at the same time, why wouldn't it be able to like keep track that way?
but the thing is that you'd have to scan each person in order to tell if they had that rock beforehand or after the hand. And the thing is that if they make the rock pet, apply the skin to it, it's a fresh pet, right? You
Yeah,
won't be
yeah,
able to
no,
tell.
I'm not denying that. If someone dupes a skin and applies it, I don't think there's some like skin ID that's getting tracked or some bullshit. I think it's probably just like the Wild West over there. But like for duping something like weapons or unapplied skins, I think those are probably able to be detected. Like, aren't there some mods that literally do detect them sometimes? Like if something is duped?
For weapons, yes and no. Because like the thing is that the only way to tell is if you can see 2 different types. So like for example, like for this rock example, which I got, right? I only found out because someone listed the same exact rock on the auction house with the same UUID that I realized that it was the same one.
Right.
That's like the only way you're able to tell is if you're able to see 2 different copies of it. Because the thing is that if someone had
Yeah,
it
that makes
on their API and then traded it off to someone with has their API off, right? Like it might contradict, right? Because the thing is that you might.
Well, that makes sense, but like in the example, I mean by checking the APIs, if like the API is calling to both players' APIs at the same time and then seeing the same like item ID on both players, then like,
Yeah, but the thing is,
to be duped.
yeah, like that would work, right? That's only if the UUIDs are the same, right? And they match.
Yeah.
Second thing is that they
It's a
both have to
fix.
have API on.
Yeah, I'm not denying that most people duping probably just turn their fucking API off to start, but but it like I'm just saying that to say like it is definitely possible to like detect these things, especially I would imagine internally
Internally, they have their own system that they can check, right? But we don't have access to that. So if they do like the skin method, for example, and for example, enchant books don't have UUIDs from what I've been told. So you can just make one max, like a hyper max book.
Well, you can't do that
Dupe it.
anymore because you can't combine books.
You can't
anymore.
combine it now. That's the reason why was because of this. Because what they do is they would make a hyper max book, dupe it like 20, like 100 times, and then apply it to items.
You know, I believe that actually. I believe that.
I've been traded a few of those items, to be honest, but yeah, where I've had them, or I got them in trades before, and then we found out they were duped after the fact. The only way to like, the funny enough, like the way we found that out was because at the time, Champion 10 books were like, you know how like you're able to get Champion 10 books by removing the enchants from rods when the water value got released?
Oh really? Oh.
So you're able to get a Champion 10 buck. So this, like, we just see like someone trading a bunch of like hypermax items, right, with Champion 10 on them. But the thing is that when you apply a Champion 10 buck to an item that doesn't have the kill count, it says it is the champion. It has the Champion 10 enchant, but has 0 kill count. And getting Champion 10
Right.
books at the time are already super hard because not a lot of people had Champion 10 books laying around just like that.
What,
So
and
when you start to
so
see,
someone duped a shit ton of them.
so when you see 10 different hypermax items with Champion 10 on them with 0 kill counts, you might raise an eyebrow or two, right?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
But yeah, that was the funny thing that happened last year.
When is the last dupe that happened that you know of? Like I feel actually no, there must have been one recently.
There's like multiple recent,
Like
There's just
how
been
recent?
all-
Like in the last like week or in
like
the
last
like,
month.
I feel like
From what
any
I've-
dupe now has to be so like insanely.
It's usually kept
like,
quiet. There's like no way
far-fetched.
to really tell.
Yeah,
Like the only way you know
I'm
is
not
it's through
someone
word of
who-
mouth.
I'm not someone who thinks that like duping is like ruining the economy or some bullshit. Like I've seen people make claims in videos. Oh, this person duped a quadrillion coins into the economy. It's like this didn't happen. Like there's no way, especially like a few years ago. Like there's no way someone's dumping a trillion coins or a quadrillion coins into the economy, and there's
It's not like
Like,
quadrillion. You'd probably say a trillion, though.
I mean, it would largely depend on when someone is claiming that happened, but like
Mhm.
today, I could definitely believe a trillion coins getting duped in, I guess. But even that, I don't know how
even
much
in
I would
Hex-
believe that. Like
Even during
moving
Hex dupe, it was
moving
even
a
during the
trillion
Hex dupe
coins
was a
is
lot.
insane.
like trillion, like pure coins, probably not. Like in items and everything, it would make sense.
Like what items would they be duping for a trillion coins?
In trillion in value, it'd be like skins, obviously, right? And then like other like high-end value items. But I would say, yeah, it's just mostly skins. Because at the time, like 2 years ago, or like a year ago, like you can get like a black sheep, like an unapplied one would be like 50 bill plus, right? Now it's probably like 20 at most. Like it sounds
Pretty sure
a
one
lot, but
sold
like
for like 15 not too long ago. I think that's what I saw someone say.
yeah, because they went down to like like really low numbers after like all this like duping that's been happening.
Bro,
And
mark
the
my
fact
words, the skin prices are actually about to moon. Like, this
I
time
mean, I
next
wish.
year, they are going to be double in price ever, mark my words. I'm putting this out right now. The skin prices are going to be doubled in price this time next year. Like, I could just tell. Like, the greenhouse is too OP. Too many people are gonna start doing it, and then... Actually,
I mean,
that
hopefully.
won't happen if they nerf the greenhouse, but I feel like they're not gonna do that. But
Yeah, the one on
I'm
AH
making a
expired for
market
90
prediction.
bill. Yeah, because like not a lot of people are buying skins anymore, to be honest, because like minions got nerfed and like stuff like that. But like hopefully, if like greenhouse and like other updates in the future bring a lot of coins into circulation, prices go back up. But only time will tell.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Anyways, I gotta get going, but it was a fun chat.
Right, yeah. Thank you for the stories, I suppose. Thanks for the chat.
You're welcome. Take care, guys.
Right, take care. Peace out. Guys, that was the owner of the Collector's Hub. That was the owner of Collector's Hub. So if you ever went anywhere to trade a skin, that is probably the Discord you went, because that's literally the only place where I would ever think to sell any like skin. Otherwise, like, where else are you gonna go if you're selling a skin? You're gonna go to the hub or some bullshit? Like, no, probably not. Probably not. But yeah, thank you for coming on. Sorry if you're still in the stream. Shout out Collector's Hub. Alright, back to reading chat. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Anyone have any takes on MS? Nitrogen, I saw you typing a lot of message. What's up? Doing good, TMC Blast, nice. Yeah, that's interesting how much skins have fallen. Because that kind of does prove it was like low-key like a Ponzi scheme or some bullshit. Like, everyone was just buying into it, and then like, what contributed to the death of skins? I guess the popularity of the game has gone down a good amount, and then also like the minion nerfs have obviously done their damage. Get the music back on. Very interesting. I enjoy chats like that. Very thought-provoking. Changing ideas. I'm curious if anyone could ever provide proof of an admin like soliciting a trade like that. Who here believes that? I think it's cap. I think there's literally no way. Guys, sometimes I message Tom Dio, his ass doesn't even answer. Wait, actually, I have the clip! I have the clip. It literally happened yesterday where I saw Tom Dio and I asked him something and he wouldn't tell me. Wait, I'm actually gonna pull up the clip. Actually, did that happen today? No, it happened yesterday. It happened yesterday. Wait, let me find the clip. It literally happened yesterday. I feel like there would be no dupers if there was a communist. Oh, okay, true. Let's see, this. So I was looking at the Clover helmet prices, and then I was gonna go jump around the hub a bit. I know the recording will be a bit fucked, but I'm like, oh, how much money do I have? And then I'm like, okay, I'll probably sell some money for a clip. Bam! I leave the auction house. Tom Dio is standing there. I swear to God, I didn't know he was there, bro. Oh my God, it's Tom Dio. It's Tom Dio. I was about to start selling stuff in case I want to buy something from Shenzhen. Wait, can you guys hear this? Auction, but we ran into Tom Dio. Maybe we could get some info out of him. Dio, what is gonna happen to Clover helmet? I am laggy too. That message sent like 10 seconds later. Hey, come on, Tom Dio. Wait, why is he getting level mogged? Only level 400? Brutal. Oh, someone's stealing Kixel. Wait, what if I walk? Oh, he got it. Oh, he's here. What's happening to Clover? Go look in the admin doc, please. It's staying as a helmet. And we're spawning items in. And we're This guy. His ass would not do a trade for me. Gun to my head between me getting shot and him soliciting a trade for me, like I'm getting killed. So guys, I guess that is some info. It's staying a helmet and they're not turning it into accessory. It is staying a helmet, guy. That technically is like kind of a leak, no? I kind of squeezed some information out of it. Out of him. Sorry, not it, bro. Tom Dio is a human being with a soul and a heart, I hope. Wait, what if he did lie, guys? Wouldn't be the first time. We don't know that. I guess that's true. I just made a claim I don't know is true or not. He might not have a soul. But guys, Clover helmet is staying. as a helmet. Might also be since they started dropping pretty much the same time Galatea dropped. People actually have used their coins. I don't think the Galatea update actually needs that much money to make. Like, you could probably do the whole thing now and under like. Does anyone know how much is a max attribute? If you instabot every attribute, how much would it be? Maybe some of them don't even have enough like volume to do that. I guess it's also believable. Bro, how is everyone not out of mana? Like, I feel like I'm just always out of mana. Like, why am I not insta-killing these fucking things? TMC Blasto, do you have any opinion that I should hear in VC, bro? Do you have anything to say? People have less access to coins compared to before people made 30 to 45 mil a day from slime. Okay, slime minions literally never made that much or even half as much as that. 30 to 45 million a day, not even close. And now people do have access to that. They have access through the greenhouse. The main difference is between old minions and greenhouse is one, the greenhouse is way more coins than minions. But the thing is you have to check it every day. That's the main difference. Discuss update ideas or discuss about profile boosting. What about profile boosting? MC Blast. 20 to 30 bill week 1. I mean, I don't think people really sold their skins for that. I'm sure maybe some people did, but I don't think that's what caused the collapse of skins. Because think, skins are probably down like 80% from their peak. Like, they're down a lot. Can you review me? Nope, I do not do profile reviews, unfortunately. I don't know, I'm sure there's a lot of things that play into skins going down, but my two biggest contributors to that are, in my opinion, obviously, would be decline in interest for the game as a whole, as well as the minion nerf. I think that those two factors are probably the two biggest ones. Unless someone has any opinion aside from that, let me know. Zaneku, how you doing, man? Peak applied black sheep sold for 260 bill. Is that true? I thought that was like unapplied. Good, what about you? No, actually, I'm pretty fucking bad. I'm pretty bad. 24,200 Hellwisp kills, and I have nothing to show for it except for maybe like a double chest and a half of tentacle meats. 2 double chests of tentacle meats. So yeah. Wait, Zaneko, do you have it? Bro, I know, Doug. I thought that was gonna be it. You don't have it, Zaneko? Damn. The way Hypixel disables lunar things is just with a plugin that connects to your client telling it to turn it off. Yeah, that's what I assumed. I assumed it's through their thing called Apollo. I don't know though. That's why I didn't make that claim, but yeah, I don't know. Mainly the minion nerf after reading of people with having 10 plus accounts with max slots moving coins. I don't think people were actually doing that often. Like, anyone doing that probably was getting banned for that, right? No one was running 300 climbing across 10 accounts and not getting banned. I need Aquamarine. Dude, I was kind of hoping Aquamarine would go in. Going for Dungar and I have Carmine. Fair. Good plan. It's a good time. The dung die is multiplied. Did you see that? Apparently a few Skyblock years ago, the dies changed in the middle of the year. Okay, how long does this invincibility period last? Because at a certain point, I could just nuke these things, right? Oh! I cocooned the scuttlers. Okay, I didn't get anything exciting, so W. W Bobby. Aquamarine at Fishing 21, what happened to Shame? I've decided when the atoll drops, I'm changing my minions for lily pad minions for collection. I need a higher rank. Wait, that's kind of fun. That's kind of fun, Bobby. Do you have enough lily pads purchased already to make max minions? Like, are you going like the full thing? Are you gonna run hypers? Imagine Dragon Resident Sleep. What? Imagine Dragon's fire. Oh my god! W Bobby. I'm getting packed up! Wait, is it fucking low already? No, now it's low. Okay, now, where's my spirit mask? Why do I not have this out? Damn, Doug, that is a shit ton, bro. Headstack Overbloom thing, I did see that. However, I haven't really done any farming and I don't have a Rose Dragon, but I did see you could like do a combat pet roll on Hedgehog or something, but I did see that. I only dropped one livid die. Bro, not one livid die is freaking huge. What the hell is going on? What just happened? Oh wait, I do have a Rose Drag. I don't think it's hatched yet. I have it at the daycare or whatever. I have it at in Fan's daycare. My Rose Drag is hatched? Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'll level it whenever there's a what's it called? I'll level my Rose Drag. Bro, what is going on? Why can't I catch anything? I'll level my Rose Drag whenever like Nyanza die goes in or something. Otherwise, I don't see when I'll realistically level it. Damn, that's pretty, seems pretty good, Doug. You already have dunks, so not that useful for that. I guess you can still make more money. Yeah, and I still need all the shit for Iron Man. Like, I want to get a bunch of the, what's it called? I want to get a bunch of these guys, and then a bunch of... What is it called? It's like a brown dye item. This thing. I need a bunch of these things, so Overbloom does help with those. KMC last, I don't think you would be in the 1 trillion coin co-op if I ever did that. Again, the 1 trillion coin co-op isn't currently a thing, but like I think that would just take too long unless people... Like, why would anyone help me get to 1 trillion coins on the co-op? I guess just to be a part of it. just to be a part of it. Like, I don't see me getting enough dedicated people to want to make a 1 trillion coin co-op. Like, I literally don't know who I would invite. Like, Doug? I would get Doug and Dookie Scrounger on. Maybe if I did, like, a recruiting mission. Get time deal in your cup, then 1 trillion easy. True. Didn't I do the math? How much money did I say it would be for? Oh, I cocooned it! I cocooned it. How much real life money would it cost to buy 1 trillion coins of cookies? I feel like I did the math for this last stream and I forgot. How much is a cookie right now? Like 10 mil? 12 mil? Cookies are 13 mil. Hold on. Oh my god. Did I cocoon that? Bro, I'm actually the cocoon master, Bobby! Guys, what's 1 trillion divided by, we'll just say 10 million. I feel like I should easily 1 trillion divided by 10 million. How many zeros is that? Someone here with some brain capacity left. 1,000? That can't be right. It's 100K? $100,000? Oh wait, yeah, now I remember. We did the math, it was like $300,000 or something. Bro, that's a lot of money. That's a lot. Honestly, that is a lot of money, don't get me wrong, that's a shit ton of money. But for the amount of people who play Skyblock, I feel like that's not an unbelievable amount for someone to spend on the game. Right? I feel like that's not an unbelievable amount. Like, I totally would believe, okay, really? I totally would believe if someone told me that there's someone who spent $250,000 on Hypixel Skyblock, I'd believe it. Bro, where the frick is this thing? Goddamn. Where's my mana? Is what I'm wondering. What the hell? Jeez, when I forget to SOS, I just have no mana at all. It would crash the cookie market? What's the monthly volume of cookies in Skyblock? Does anyone know? What's the monthly volume? How many get insta-sold a month? Thank you, Bobby. What the hell just happened? Why did I burn to death? Imagine that's how your hardcore Iron Man ends. What the fuck is going on? Oh wait, I remember, never mind. Nitrix, how you doing, man? I know a guy who used to buy the max amount of cookies every day. There's a max amount of cookies you could buy a day? Or do you mean max amount of gems every day? have to get on fire first, right guys? Is that how this works? Difficult to know because of flippers? No, you could know the instant volume, or the instant cell volume. That's like a stat that's tracked on the bazaar. The instant cell volume. Ooh, instant cell is probably a lot of people. Okay. Here's another Ragnarok. I know I'm getting something from it. I could just tell. Wow, I was gonna say that was a good time to use my hype. Because it saved me from dying about half a second early, but... Come on! Bro, I don't know why the... Oh my god, sorry. Bless me. Where'd the thing go? The idea of dropping a die off this thing just seems like impossible. Like, it's not gonna happen. Nothing. And I have a Spinosaurus out, for fuck's sakes. Oh, no. It just pulled it out. Never mind. Okay, never mind. That's correct. Ugh. There's a 400k difference. There's a 400,000 coin difference in cookies? Insta-cell buy order? There's a max amount of gems you could spend on cookies daily? Really? I feel like that's not... Does anyone know that to be true? I feel like the max is how much you could spend on the store. Oh wait, actually... I don't know. I think Rage Train ran into one of these issues on his Pay to Win series. Why do you not have fire res? Or this isn't vanilla Minecraft. Oh wait, my frickin' mana. It's $400 to $500 daily on cookies. Well, you can't spend dollars on cookies. You could spend dollars on gems. So there's a max amount of cookies you could buy a day with gems. Oh, cookies a player can buy from Elizabeth per day is $192. Thank you, Nitrix, who was in an ad. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I guess? Guys, how much is 192 cookies worth? Drop 4 recoms and 4 runs, W. Are you burning your meter by chance? W Bobby? I think conceptually the idea of making a video about getting a co-op to 1 trillion coins is something I find interesting. And if I ever made a Skyblock video that isn't something I already have planned, like that would be my next one. 192 days to prevent a single person from spending $25,000 to destroy the market. Is it to avoid that though? I feel like because you could still spend money on a different account, right? You could still do that. So I doubt it's for like market related reasons. I don't know. I don't know. That's really interesting. Because if it was to avoid someone from destroying the market, why wouldn't they put a cap on how much you could sell in the market every day? people can hold them until stock normalizes and double the cash. I feel like there's just too many people. Well, like I guess that would happen. I guess I don't even know. Like I don't think that's necessarily even a bad thing if someone wanted to do that. Like if someone could, I guess. If people wanted to, I guess if it was possible, they would, right? Wait, they're not, I promise. Wait, what's not? Sorry? If you want, you could join VC Nitrix if you want. I don't know if you're here, but we've been getting people in VC this stream. Yeah, if you want. You don't gotta join my. We could just call on Discord since I have you. See you later, F1 team. Hey.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Okay, how you doing?
Good, man, how about you?
Not too bad, just fishing. I last Skyblock year I went over odds for a boring die, so that's
Which one?
great. Cyclamen die. I killed 24,000 of something that at odds should have been like at most 18,000 with the most like least generous like amount of magic find I could have.
That's painful. I've been having a like similar but slightly less unlucky experience playing RuneScape because there's like a old school has a seasonal event right now called Leagues, which is
That's
kind of like
what's going
bingo
on.
basically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's
what I
like
heard.
it's usually 6 to 8 weeks. But everything is like 5 times
my
the
bad,
original
buddy.
drop rate, so you don't have to spend as long grinding for everything. But I've gone like 2 times dry on absolutely everything I've been going for.
Oh shit. That's fucked.
Yeah, it's like a
How
boss
much
that takes like 4
playtime
minutes
have
to kill.
you done so far?
Let me check. I'm just gonna expose my unholy gaming. 14 days and 9 hours.
Wait, how long has Leagues been a thing?
About 30 days.
Bro, the thing is, you could kind of leave it on, right? Like, if you want to leave it on overnight to do something productive, you could do
Not
that,
overnight,
right?
because there's like a 30-minute AFK timer,
Oh.
so after 30 minutes you'll get logged out, but like that doesn't stop you from literally being able to click something and walk away for a whole 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of that's not like all entirely active time for sure. There's a good amount of that where I'm like, I could just set up my character to mine for half an hour before I go to bed and then just walk away.
Yeah, I do find, like, when I heard about that, I thought that it's just conceptually interesting that people still want to get on and play. 'Cause is there any, like, progression incentive, like, on main accounts that you could transfer?
No, that's the crazy thing, right? There's like so there's like
Dude, look what
cosmetics that
Dookie
you can
Scrounger
get.
said in chat. Don't you Dookie Scrounger, bro.
Hey yo, no way. What's up, Dookie Scrounger? As always, I love your name, bro. I can't believe you saw my educational content. That's sick, dude.
Bro, when I saw
Glad you
that shit
liked it.
pop up, I thought I was tripping. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, no,
super
recently I just said like, you know, I don't have the time I used to make like Skyblock content, but I still enjoy making content, and you know, science stuff is the kind of thing that I already know just like so much about randomly as like a jack of all trades kind of guy that it's really easy to write the script, so it ends up taking only like a couple hours per video.
Hey, oh, that's pretty cool. Oh wait, do you do
I'm having a
long
lot of
form
fun.
too, or just shorts?
So I do have long form stuff. I've written a couple long form scripts, and I'm working on editing one. Mostly what I'll do is like, I'll do like a longer TikTok video. So I have a couple that are like 5 to 7 minutes, and then I take them and I edit them to be YouTube videos as well.
Gotcha. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. TikTok rewards you for longer videos as well. So like the engagement really isn't as bad as I thought it would be for kind of a short form content app, and it's they pay you, you know, basically like an additional reward.
Are you
on top of your
monetized?
normal RPM. Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. What the hell? Yeah, I have heard that they like reward pretty fairly for like high quality content. So that
Yeah. So normally, like, if I put in like a 1 minute super low effort video, I'd probably get like 40 to 60 cent RPM, like per 1,000 views. But with what they call like the additional reward for like high quality stuff, like a 5-minute video usually can go up to like 3 RPM, which is insane.
Yeah, that is crazy for TikTok.
Yeah.
How much do they have to watch through?
The qualified view requirement is only like 10 seconds, I'm pretty sure. Like, it's not very long at all. It's more about being in the right demographics than it is about like watch length.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, if you're like a 34-year-old in the U.S. or something like that, it's like the highest paying demographic, because you're the most likely to engage with a video for like 3 minutes, scroll to an ad, see something you want, and then buy it.
I see. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I don't really know anyone who. Well, actually, I guess I know people who are making money off TikTok. I just don't ask about it.
Yeah, it's
pretty
inconsistent.
Cool.
You know what I mean? Like, with
Oh,
YouTube,
for sure.
you make a video, it's good, it goes out to all your followers, you're probably gonna watch it, you make, you know, some steady money. With TikTok, sometimes you just post like a fire video, and it gets like 3,000 views, and then it's done.
Right. Yeah, it is interesting too, especially since the success doesn't always translate across platforms, especially like depending on the format.
Oh, yeah.
It will vary greatly.
Yeah, some of my best videos on TikTok are some of my worst videos on YouTube, and vice versa.
Really?
Yeah, I think there's just a different style that people enjoy of like the way that the content is edited, especially. Like on TikTok, you can really just throw applicable still images on the screen and people are more than happy to look at them. But on YouTube,
Right.
there is some expectation of like moving, transitions, you know, like actually decent editing polish.
I see. That's cool. All right, let's
Yeah,
try
I'm having a
to.
good time with it.
Yeah, that is really cool. Especially you said you like won money from that like some contest or something for that.
Yeah,
stuff?
I won fucking $1,500 from a science post contest because I won 7th place. That was crazy.
Wait, was that like hosted by TikTok or like what?
Yeah,
where
so
was...
TikTok does all these
Oh.
like they call them like activities, and it's basically like post about like a topic or like a certain thing or like a group of things, and then use some hashtags, and then you know it runs its course, and then they do a couple weeks of judging and like release the winners.
That's really cool, bro.
It is actually awesome, and it's fun because it gives me like opportunities to come up with random content that I wouldn't normally. Like, they have a museum contest going on right now, and normally I wouldn't really talk much about museums, but since it's like a thing and you're supposed to make 5 videos about it, I'm just making a 5-part series about Galileo Galilei and his museum in Florence.
Oh.
It just gives you like random content ideas.
I didn't know the extent of which they're like incentivized and stuff like that, but
Yeah,
guess
they
don't
really,
want
really
everything
want
on the
YouTube.
platform to be like slop shit. So
Right. No, they wanna be YouTube like pretty badly, but
right.
they also don't want to be like exactly the same. But like right now they have another thing. Actually, this would be pretty decent for you if you run a TikTok. If you have 10,000 followers or more on YouTube, there's like a special growth program that they're doing right now to grow your TikTok in tandem, and they pay like a ridiculous amount of money for the number of followers that you gain.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's obviously like the top echelon is like impossible to reach, you know, because it's like 1 million followers or something like that. But like, it's like, you know, get like 10,000 or like 50,000 followers, and they pay you like $3,000. Get 100K, they pay you like 10K. Get 1 million, they pay you 30K. It's ridiculous.
What the hell? That seems too good to be true. It's
Yeah, I
probably
mean,
U.S.
that's because
only,
it's
to
really
be
hard,
fair.
right?
Like Canada doesn't even have
I can look for you right now. Hold on.
Canada doesn't even have a like we don't get like monetized on TikTok.
Really? That's so strange. I have heard that it's like pretty US centric, but I kind of assume
definitely
like, you know,
is.
a lot of the time when something's like US centric, Canada gets to get pulled in, just kind of like generally from being nearby and it being a similar culture and regulations, but that kind of sucks that they just completely exclude you guys.
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought they were gonna. I think there's like some Canadian law that got passed where. Honestly, I don't know, cause like just. I would think that they would want to monetize off Canada too, but actually no, it is bullshit. Cause I'm watching ads in Canada. It's not like I'm not watching ads. So like.
Yeah. Well, and it's like Canada's not exactly like a small market either. You guys have like a really strong economy that spends a ton of money on U.S. specific things. So I don't even know. And also TikTok Shop ships to Canada. So like I don't even know. Like I'm pretty sure that you could use one of those like order to a specific place and they just ship it right to the international spot that you want. So it's like it wouldn't even be a problem for TikTok Shop.
Well, yeah, we don't even have TikTok Shop in Canada. Like, we just don't have it.
Weird. Yeah, like basically every other iteration of like stuff like TikTok Shop just has this fulfillment version. Like even like, you know, when I sell cards on like TCG Player and stuff, right? You don't have to like do full international fulfillment yourself because there's entire companies and industries that literally exist for you to just send a package with an address and then they forward it internationally.
Oh.
Like, I feel like you're missing out on so much, especially with Canada. You guys are right there. Like getting a package to New York from California cannot be that much worse than getting it to like Alberta.
Oh, they cross the border and they gotta put some like 20% tariff on it or some bullshit. Like, it's actually like random every time. Every time I have to pay like a tariff, or even before like Donald Trump was there and tariffs, like there's always some sort of bullshit border fees where it's like, bro, on a $40 pair of shorts, I paid a $40 like custom processing fee. And then they sent me the wrong pair of shorts. I sent it back. They sent it back to me. I had to pay like, it wasn't even the same price. They gave me like a $50 fee that time. And keep in mind, the shorts were only $40. I was like, kind of bullshit. I just paid like $130 for a $40 pair of shorts, and like, just the fact that it wasn't consistent, I was like, this is actually horseshit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, the thing that sucks about it is, it's a couple things, right? Like, tariffs and duties obviously have been around for forever. They're just, like, in the, you know, general eye right now because the old Trump administration's, like, put the fucking gas on them, and now it sucks for everybody, right? It sucks for me, too, like, trying to buy anything internationally. You know, obviously I have to just pay some ridiculously increased fee just to get whatever I was getting before, and then also have people try to explain tariffs to me incorrectly and be like, no, dude, it's gonna make the price cheaper.
Weren't the tariffs ruled like illegal or something, and now they're like refunding?
Yeah. I mean, it's like Congress has to levy duties and tariffs, and Congress did not levy that duty or that tariff. And so, like, I think that since then there's probably been some like something codified into law that does add the tariffs. But yeah, originally doing them via fucking like administrative action from the president, very, very much not legally sound. Hey, what's up, Revolut? How you doing, buddy? I've been doing pretty all right. I hope you've been good too, man. That's kind of what I'm saying, Little Pig. Like, you don't even need to give an in-depth economic explanation of a tariff to understand why it would raise prices for a consumer, right? It's like, if a product costs $5 for a company to import into the United States, and then they sell it for $7 and they're making a $2 profit, if it now costs $5.50 to bring into the United States, there are 0 companies in the entire world that are willing to take 50 cents less profit per product. And so therefore the product is now $7.50.
Like, I understand the reasoning behind tariffs sometimes. Like, I think from a like national defense or security standpoint, for some industries maybe I could understand tariffs. Like, for example, if like the US completely relied on a different country for steel, I could understand them like putting tariffs on steel so there's more incentive to like build steel at home or something. I don't know. I guess there's like
they were created.
Yeah, I guess there's other like ways they could do it. Like, I guess if they're like subsidizing like the steel industry here and like giving money or like tax breaks or whatever the fuck to the companies directly. But like, I could understand it from that perspective. But like, Let's put a tariff on literally everything, every country for like this percent. It's like, okay, well, like, come on. I don't know about that one.
Right, and the other thing, well, here's how like the original concept of a tariff existed for that specific reason you said, right? Like if we're only buying steel from another country, then at some point, if that country stops selling us steel or a rival starts buying it, we will no longer have access to the amount of steel that we need. So you place a small tariff on international steel to do two things. So one, give people the idea of like, maybe I should buy domestic steel, even if it's a little bit more expensive, because now the tariff makes the international one less affordable than it was before. But also it makes companies go, like naturally it creates a sort of contest, right? Anytime that there's a product that's more expensive than it needs to be, another company can come in, set up the process to create that product for cheaper and then sell it for cheaper, right? Like the basic competition of capitalism. And so the tariff does a great job with that, but that's why, like you said, it needs to be like industry / like item specific. It's like putting a tariff on electronics coming out of China, probably a pretty solid idea because it would incentivize companies like, Intel and, other various different companies to take the time to build their, industry in the United States instead of in China where it's cheaper. But you have to take like 10 years to do that. So you can't just say, tariff that bitch, and now it's suddenly solved and there's going to be a chip processing plant up in a year. Those things take 10 years, billions of dollars, and insane chemicals and materials to make. So those tariffs are just going to be screwing people over for 10 years until those facilities are actually built. You can't just snap your fingers and now there's a textiles mill.
Really, Isad, congrats.
But that's the
man.
other thing too. Like you said, like there's supposed to be varying tariffs on things. And so it's like paying $40 on a pair of pants doesn't make any sense when you're also paying $40 on, a $40 computer part. Those should be two very different prices.
Well, it's also like just putting a flat number of all tariffs, like it just like kind of shows there's like not really a lot of thought going into other than like, we should get more money for everything. Like, okay, like I guess if you say so. Okay, I don't know if you want to talk about this, but what are your thoughts on communism as a whole? You think it's good?
I'm wholly opposed to any authoritarian regime. So I'm a democratic socialist at heart. I'm a very liberal person. I think that people should absolutely have a certain standard of living afforded to them simply by virtue of being an individual and deserving that as a person. But I don't think that an authoritarian government should be in charge of that. I think that we could still do things democratically.
What is I don't know what that means. What is authoritarian? What is that?
Oh yeah. So communism, like a huge part of it is that there's a single authoritarian government, like a government, whether it's a single person or an oligarchy, which is like a group of people. Yeah, it is almost always a dictator behind communism. Communism is inherently an authoritarian idea. So it's kind of like how fascism is the authoritarian right idea. Communism would be,
honestly, would be the opposite. I don't know what any of these terms mean, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know
there's a political spectrum, right?
Okay.
The right side is conservative and the left side is liberal. The top side is authoritarian, which means, the government has full control over your life. The bottom side is libertarian, which means the government has no control over your life. So most ideals fall somewhere on that 4-part spectrum.
Right. Okay. I literally didn't even know what a political compass, what that even meant, but no, that that makes sense.
Yeah. So anywhere that you place somewhere on there has a relative amount for each of those values, right? But all the way on the right is going to be conservative, and then you've got fascism, which is the most conservative, most authoritarian. And then you've got communism, which is it's like the most authoritarian version of the most liberal idea. So it's basically
what's the one
iron
at the
fist
top?
government takes your money.
Oh.
That's what Soviet Russia was, a communist state.
Okay.
So
Wait, communism is authoritarian. Communism is just authoritarian.
Authoritarian liberal, yeah.
Wait, why is it liberal?
So, the liberal and conservative parts basically have to do with how, like, spending and, like, the bottom line of a society is treated, right? So, conservatism usually can be described as holding on to previous values and keeping the status quo, while the other version would be considered probably progressivism, which is the idea of changing things for the better, or what is assumed to be the better, you know, over time. So liberalism is usually just like what you would imagine, right? Like having a good welfare state that takes care of people, making sure everyone's fed. You know, if someone has way, way, way more than someone else, you take a little bit of what they have and you give it to somebody who needs it type deal, right?
Wait, that's communism or that's liberalism?
That's the general idea of liberalism. If like that, those are fair. Those things that I just described, if you were to put them in a vacuum, are socialist tenets. Communism can best be described as socially, fiscally socialist, right? So they have the same like fiscal, like monetary beliefs as a socialist state, but there's also an authoritarian government.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's like socialism is obviously like a softer version of communism, where you still want people to be supported, taken care of, and there's a certain economic expectation that everybody's going to have dinner on the table. But there also isn't like a Joseph Stalin figure who's going to kill you if you don't, you know, comply with every single little thing.
Wait, what are the two? It's authoritarian and what's the other one? Like
Libertarian.
Libertarian.
Yeah. You just think about it as how much the government controls your daily life, basically.
Wait, no. I mean, what's the opposite of? Oh, okay. You know,
Yeah.
I get it.
The top, the most, like the highest point is authoritarian. The lowest point is libertarian, and that whole spectrum explains how much the government is involved in your life. With authoritarian being the most and libertarian being the least.
So, what is it called if someone is super far left and they're also super far down and they're like a libertarian? But what is that called? Like, are there names?
Or democratic socialism.
And then what's it called if they're all the way to the left, all the way at the top?
That's communism.
Wait, so like what is socialism then? Like
socialism is basically is a more libertarian version of communism, right? Communism is, here, think about it like this. Under a communist state, the government owns every single business and industry, right? Like in China, the government owns and controls every single company. That's a communist thing. The government fully controls the economy. Under socialism,
wait, is China
the
a
government,
yes, a communist country?
Yes, like technically, but also like there's some distinction there that we can get. It would
we don't
explaining
need to,
the difference would be very confusing. So just like yes, generally yes.
Okay.
But like under a communist state, the state controls the economy basically entirely. Under a socialist state, the government instead is sort of like a middleman that has policies set up.
Wait, actually, wait. Going back to China, are there like homeless people in China? Like, is that like a big thing there, or like, do they get helped out?
Really? Yeah, there's actually a really high standard of living for people who aren't capable of taking care of themselves in China. It's just there's a much harsher social aspect of that, and so most of those people live kind of isolated lives in group homes, but like there still aren't genuinely like street-bound people, especially because if that were to happen, like you'd probably be taken to jail and then put into a rehabilitation program. Yeah.
No, I had a conversation that was similar on that topic about like rehabilitating someone to want to work, but like, what if someone just never wants to work? Then what?
Yeah, I mean there's just one thing that I tell people is like, in regards to people like that, there's so few people who are truly like that at their heart, that as a society, we really more or less can probably accommodate the people who are like that, mostly because it tends to be the result of a mental illness. So it's like, yeah, if you genuinely just like don't want to work and like feel like I can't do it, like I won't do it, I'd rather just like die. I don't think that as a person your worth should be tied to your ability to produce or work, and so I still think that person should be afforded shelter to live in and food to eat. But it's not like we should be, exalting these people or, taking them and putting them through 15-year-long programs to try to like fix them. When really, even as a society,
There's
both in like
Flashbook.
social and fiscal cost, it's just going to be cheaper to
Name this clip
support those people at the bare
Flashbook.
minimum for their lives.
Wait,
It's
you
like one
said
in a
it would be
million people
cheaper
are like
to do that?
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. In the long term, it almost always is. So you put people who are like
Well,
that
well,
for rehabilitation.
I'm not
programs
saying I
and-
would vote for this, but what if a government had the opposite? Like, we should just like put them in a hole, Like, wouldn't that
What
be
do you mean by
cheaper
put
than?
them in a hole?
Like, what if they like just decided to like
Like, kill
execute the
them?
person? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's eugenics at that point. I mean that's just generally frowned upon. I mean,
No, I'm not saying that's like a
Nazi
good
terms.
solution at all.
No, I know you're not. I'm just explaining like we probably wouldn't get to that point because like in the modern day that's like something associated with like Nazism. Like eugenics is just generally like most people are gonna go, yeah, I don't know, I don't feel on board with this. Yeah. No, I think you're asking like important questions, right? Like these are the kinds of like foundations of political science that shape why people make decisions about policy and governments and stuff, because you have to ask yourself like, even if I have a person's best interest in mind, do they fucking care? As a policy, as a government, if I could solve all the issues, does that mean that people will actually take the help? And does that then mean that new issues will pop up? Also, shout out to the guy who said, "Are you talking with ChatGPT?" I feel like that was probably meant to be a dig, but I actually take that very as a huge compliment. The fact that I just got it off the dome.
I thought it was a compliment, to be honest. I thought it was a compliment.
Oh man, but no, I mean, what you're like probably thinking of, right? Which is like a society where
Well,
there's still an elected president. You've still
why-
got, a
Why I'm
Congress,
asking about
perhaps.
this is because
Mhm.
the other day I was playing some Roblox game where you could go and debate people, and this guy,
So funny.
'cause I joined like an abortion one, and like whenever I join, I just argue against whatever the person's arguing with just for the fuck of it, even
That's
if I like.
awesome. I
don't agree with
love
it,
that
but-
for you, dude.
So I was expecting this guy to have. He was pro-life, and I was expecting him to have like the whatever take, like like it's killing babies or whatever. But his take actually caught me off guard because it was the most unique pro-life take I've ever had.
Huh.
Which like in my opinion, it like fell apart pretty quickly. But he was like making
always do.
the economic standpoint argument where like he was making the point of like. If they're like, if having this kid is below 2, then they shouldn't be allowed to have it because it's like negative to the economy or something. So like I went into why that doesn't really make sense, and like
Yeah, I mean, the main argument instead is that people shouldn't be able to have abortions. Like, at least from that aspect, people think that people shouldn't be allowed to have abortions because it lowers the replacement rate of a country, which
yeah,
that's
that's basically what he was saying.
which makes less laborers. Here's the reason why that immediately doesn't work. Literally any economist or sociologist worth their, the piss in their balls will tell you that kids born into poor socioeconomic conditions tend to be either a detriment to the economy or to be like particularly good producers.
That's
so if you-
exactly
if
what
you
I said,
essentially
bro. But I
take-
just didn't have the
if you-
facts. I was like,
Yeah,
just
no, it's
going on
fine. If you
vibes. I
essentially
feel like
take-
this has to be true. Like,
I can't give you the exact number in any form of confidence, but like there is like a certain level of like, every 2 to 4 kids born in poor socioeconomic conditions or to parents who don't want them, produce the same as like 1 child born into mediocre socioeconomic, or like even lower middle class. But that kids that are born into families that aren't prepared or don't want them just literally almost always have bad outcomes. Also, what's up,
Yeah.
Maz? I haven't seen you in forever, dude. It's me, Nitrix.
no, it was
Love you,
super
bro. You're my guy.
interesting. Like, no, some of the people on Roblox, you would be surprised at the level of discussion they're able to hold. Because even though he was making some ridiculous claim, like he was saying like
Right.
a bunch of shit that was like probably making sense to some of the other people there, but It's super.
I mean, that's why I just
super
like don't really engage in any kind of debate anymore, because like I come from like in school I was trained in like classical debate, like I did speech and debate. And like what debate is
Ooh.
now is like genuinely it's just like vibes based, like whatever sounds best, whoever can shout the loudest. There's no attempt to even produce like real and verifiable information about things, or like source things, or say
Yeah,
like,
so-
oh, actually this is
some
known
of
as
them
common knowledge.
do that.
And the other
But-
problem is they move conversations too fast. In real debates, there are literally entire time segments set out so that a person can make their full point, and then an entire opposing time segment set up so that the person can fully respond. What happens
even
instead
think
is you get
that's-
one point, and then somebody hits that point, and then it's a straight tangent. You never get the full story and a full rebuttal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think that's so important to me when I'm talking to these people, because it's not like a formal debate. We're playing a fucking Roblox game or whatever, but
No, I just mean in general, it's an important part of the structure of debate itself, is that all of the information around a point can be confronted, because if you only get 2/3 of it out there, it either you can't fully respond to it, or the point might not be fully supported. It doesn't
No,
really
like-
matter. It's fucking Roblox, right? But I just mean like in the general world, I don't love debate anymore because it's not about exchange of information and ideas. It's just about like who can press the other person to be more right.
right, exactly. Like, no, that's definitely what some of the kids are playing that game for. No, also, they're not like literal children. Like, I think you have to have like a.
Well, all the way
Yeah,
up
I
into like
think-
college. Like I still call like college kids, even though I'm like
Yeah,
26,
yeah.
because I'm just
I was
like
just
punk
making
as
sure
fuck.
we're-
But
I'm not like
I mean, that's
dunking
how I
on like
was in
10-year-old
college,
kids
right?
or something for anyone.
Yeah,
like,
no.
thinking I'm doing
But like
that.
in like late high school and college, when I started to understand political science and like liberalism to some extent, I went like so fucking crazy with it, and like some of the debates I would get into and some of the stances that I would have. And now that I'm like an adult with a fully formed frontal cortex, I'm actually able of like thinking, oh, you know what, my opinion is a bit more nuanced than that.
Right. Is interesting the conversations I have on there. Like,
That's
genuinely,
so funny. Roblox debate game.
I actually think you would be like surprised if you joined, because like I was surprised. I don't know what I was expecting, but I was surprised.
I don't know, dude. That's like so fun. Like it doesn't really. I don't think surprise is the word. Like because in my mind there's a Roblox game for everything. But the idea that there's like a robust community of people with somewhat unique takes in that game is the part that's getting me.
No, like exactly, because I literally heard a pro-life like debate argument for like something
Like, you know
I've
what a-
never
you know
heard
what
of
the
in my
replacement
fucking
rate
life.
is
Like,
and what it should be? Are you kidding me?
I was like, what the fuck are we even? I was like, this is insane. Like, I don't even
Like
know.
this is
I'm
a
just so
dumb take,
surprised.
but it's like actually kind of informed and a little nuanced.
No, it was, cause like if he was talking to some like one of the other fools in the game, like he would have just been like dunking on their ass and making them look like an idiot or something.
Right.
Interesting.
That's awesome, dude. I don't know. This is why I love the internet, and especially like people talk a lot of shit about the current generations, but like not even like
When are we
young
getting
kids,
them
but,
down
like,
here?
but, like the 12 to 25 year olds right now, like old Gen Alpha and young Gen Z, like they're kind of funny. And they're kind of like more informed and better at back and forths than my generation were. I think it's just because the internet's more accessible, from a young age immediately. But it really is just like sometimes I'm like, scrolling through and I'm like, going on my TikTok or something, and I've posted some deep, rigorous scientific thing. And there's like some 16-year-old asking me if my interpretation of Hawking radiation is the popular science one or the more accurate quantum mechanical one. Who the fuck are you?
An information age, I guess.
Why do you know this? No, I think it's awesome. I mean, I'm all about getting people excited about, STEM in general. And so the idea that like kids can encounter really cool and mystifying topics from physics and biology and math and stuff at a young age probably means that they'll get more excited earlier on about those topics and might lead to more researchers and scientists in the future.
For sure. For sure. Like especially like a lot of the educational YouTube channels, I think actually are like so good because like, bro,
Oh, yeah.
sometimes I'll be watching like I don't know how familiar you are with some of them, but like a Veritasium video or something.
I love Veritasium.
Or like Nile Red. Like I'll watch Nile Red, I'm like, oh, you know what? I remember learning about this in one of my like chem labs in uni, or like I remember doing this in high school or whatever. And same with Veritasium, where it will be like explaining some shit exactly that I learned in class, and it's like, wait, why is this a lot? Like I'm in my free will, I'm watching like a YouTube video about this.
Yeah, no, I love throwing in stuff like that I know that people, like, if you took, you know, like biology or chemistry in high school, you'll know about. Like, I'm making like an electromagnetism video, and so a lot of it I'm like modeling from the idea of like electron shells and like photon emission when electrons change states, which are like very basic things that you encounter in chemistry, but appear to just be super boring. But when you actually get the full like physics interpretation of it, it's insanely interesting.
Bro, once it, instead of showing a picture in a book, it turns into like an animation on a YouTube video, like, now we're cooking with something.
Somehow the moment a teacher stopped teaching it and I encountered it via free will instead, it's actually the coolest thing ever.
No, literally, because like I will literally sit down and watch like an hour-long YouTube video about some shit I learned in school that I thought was
Totally,
so
dude.
boring.
I've watched so many YouTube videos about like the most like silly things for like so like, you know, 3-hour-long YouTube essays on why like 0 equals 0 is the most important proof in all of math. I'm like, if you like when I encountered this in whatever math class I was taking in college, I was probably like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
Why'd you call electron shells? That's not a real thing, because as a science communicator, it's important to note that people being able to understand something is much more important than being exactly correct in every single statement. Also, electron shells as a popular interpretation isn't incorrect, it's just not necessarily accurate. There are more accurate terminologies, but electrons do exist in relative shells around things. Something about probabilistic waves, which wouldn't make sense to do that in context. Like, I'm not doing like a grand quantum mechanical lesson. I'm just teaching about specific things.
I do think the context does matter a lot, because I remember like learning that like Bohr's model. Like, oh, it's not how the electrons actually sit. Like they're
Right.
What?
See, like
I was,
those
like,
distinctions are important because it shows that like there are certain like large leaps in understanding that influence how we understand other things. But then there are
Right.
small things like explaining like electrons as a shell rather than electrons more as like a free floating cloud interacting with the electromagnetic field and coupling with one another while exchanging virtual particles. Like, that's not an explanation that works for people. So you can just say electrons exist in a shell with energetic states around the nucleus, and those states are capable of changing when they interact with other particles. That's a little bit less accurate, but makes a lot more sense in general.
The same thing with like making a Skyblock guide or something. Like it does not have to be exactly accurate, as long as like the person is getting the main things they need to take away, then it's like good enough.
People will nitpick and be like, this is wrong, or you could be more accurate about this, but when I'd rather have one person say that and 99 people who didn't understand it now understand it. I do a follow-up vid with like deeper detail. I mean, the way that I do my videos kind of works like that. I usually address pretty much every reasonable point in every single video, but I also have longer videos with more information that get cut up into shorter videos that are more digestible for an audience. So if you were to go and watch if you watch my electromagnetism video that I'm gonna put out, you'll see a 7-minute video, maybe, 8-minute video about electromagnetism that's more for, approachable audience. If you watch my full video when it's done about the 4 fundamental forces and their fields, you'll get a much deeper look at those mechanics because there's a lot more time and the audience is more primed for it. Because again, somebody who is interested in watching a 3 to 5 to even 8-minute TikTok video might not be the same person who's interested in a 2 to 3 hour deep dive into the real, quantum field theory.
So I talked a lot about this with Dr. Wiley, but we're having like a debate over should billionaires exist, and I think they should. I think it's fine. What do you think of that? That billionaires exist?
I think within a well-regulated economy, there's no issue with someone being a billionaire. It's more about there being billionaires that exist in poorly regulated economies with huge amounts of wealth inequality. I think that like we shouldn't set it up so that people can't become billionaires. But if you have $250 billion in net worth, and your lowest paid employee is making $8 an hour, there's probably some failure of regulation there. But I also think that the right regulations wouldn't make those people not billionaires anymore. It would just make them have less billions. I mean, it's too heavy-handed to just say get rid of all billionaires. Like it just doesn't really make sense. Like some of them suck for sure, right? Like some of them get there via exploitation and
also,
such. But
if you
some
want, you
people
could
it's just
link
so
your
indirect.
science channel, then I could link it for this guy in chat.
Oh yeah, I got you. I mostly just do
Link it in DMs
stuff on
so it
TikTok.
doesn't get like auto-modded, but yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
So what's like a type of regulation to ensure that the guy making $8 an hour isn't gonna like get screwed over by making $8 an hour or whatever? Well,
Yeah, so I think
what's an example of a regulation that
one approach that I enjoy seeing is the highest paid individual in your company should have a payment ratio equal to the lowest paid individual in your company. So you should determine the value of their labor. It should be a consistently readdressed figure that changes for different fields and different things and companies and whatnot. But generally, yes, your lowest paid employee should probably have some kind of reasonable ratio to your highest pay. And I'm still talking about like 1 to 10,000 type deal, right? So that your CEOs can still make millions, but that way you don't have a janitor who's making 30K a year. Your CEO can still make $10 million a year, but you have to pay the janitor a livable wage at that point.
Would that be like somewhat in relation to like how much risk the person who owns the company is putting up? Like how much?
Definitely, but usually ownership is so abstracted at this point that this person who's the CEO / the highest paid individual usually isn't technically the owner of the company. They're just in charge. Right. Ownership is usually spread around via shareholders and a board of investors and such. So like there would still be like risk assessment and things like that, right? And like, for example, startups, new companies would be have different exemptions and things like that just to get the ball rolling. But generally, a company like Microsoft would be an important spot to do that, right? Where like the CEO is probably making $50 million plus per year, and they probably also have guys that they're working part-time at $8 an hour.
Right. Okay, I guess the thing is, I don't even know if I agree with this conceptually, even if it like the ratio was like 10,000 to 1. Call me a fucking bootlicker or whatever, but like I don't like it's just such a hard thing, because if the amount of risk they're taking on is being considered.
How much risk are you taking on if you're getting literally paid $50 million in cash? Like, genuinely speaking, what is the additional risk involved? That the company might go under? Who cares? You just made $50 million fucking dollars. And also, you can pay the CEO as much as you want. The ratio exists to make sure that if you really want to pay him that much, you have to pay your lower paid employees that much as well. It ensures that a certain level of like livable wages conferred to everyone.
I assume,
but it also doesn't prevent you from paying your CEO as much as you want.
I assume by pay you also mean like any like stocks and whatever they're getting.
It's salary and compensation. Yeah.
Okay.
Like you could also very well like remove stock compensation from things, or because there's I don't want to say too much about this because this really gets into some deep market economics that, like, you know, even my PhD economics friend was like, I don't know. This isn't really a, you know, great area to confront, but, like, I don't know how to put it. With the market specifically, there's probably a good argument to entirely decouple it from how we associate money within our economy and net worth as
what
an
does that
individual.
mean?
The market is so unstable that just generally, like, someone could have a net worth of $250 billion but only have $1 million to their name. And that creates huge amounts of discrepancies in how much they can leverage, how much they can loan, lend, how much they're taxed, etc. It's probably in the best interest of most people to consider someone and their salary, wages, and net worth to be agnostic of those large amounts of stock.
For this, you said $1 million, but $250 million. Hey, what was the example? Sorry, I was already confused when you said that.
I mean, the best way to put it is rich people don't actually have that much money for the most part. They tend to have a little bit of cash, some investments, and then a ton of money in the market, right? And then when they want to purchase things, instead of spending cash, they take out loans or leverage against the investments that they have in the market.
Right.
That is probably not something that we should be continuing to allow to be considered as part of, like, the ability to gain and utilize money, because you're essentially getting real money by staking it against fake ultra volatile money because there's just so much of it. And so it creates two classes of people: the people who can afford to do that and get infinite money against it, and the people who can't. And that's just not it's very bad to create two classes of people in which one has infinite access to whatever they want and the other can never get to that point.
So, do you happen to know, like, why that's even a thing of, like, taking out loans against things? Or
Well, yeah, because if I've got $100 billion in Tesla stock, right? This is just such a random example, but so you don't get too caught up in the numbers. But if that's the case, and I walk into a bank and I say, I'm thinking I want $50 million for, you know, to invest in XYZ, they're gonna look at my $100 billion in Tesla stock and they're gonna go, I'm pretty sure this guy can pay me back. And so they'll let you leverage against that. You might have to collateral some of it or, you know, whatever, but the idea is that's not actually real money. You haven't cashed that out and it's extremely volatile. But the bank can see that there's genuinely so much of it that whatever they loan you, you're good for it. That's usually not in a single stock too, right? It's a big portfolio. So if I've got $10 billion in my stock portfolio, I can borrow $50 million just based off the idea that they know I'm wrong for it. But I might actually have $76 in my bank account, and it's just all in my stock portfolio. So I can just get infinite money by leveraging against the fact that I already have a bunch of money in a stock portfolio. That makes sense?
Well, I feel like is this why is this so bad conceptually? Like, it operating like this?
Well, first of all, like I said, like, it creates two classes of people. A class of people who have a stock portfolio that can get you infinite money, and then a class of people who have to work for their money and can literally never reach that point. A normal person will never be able to build a stock portfolio with which you can leverage any amount of money against and just be considered good for it. And so already you've literally created two classes of people.
What do you mean by that?
First class and second class citizens.
Like, why
What part
can't
are
a
you confused
person
on?
why can't a person, like, make a stock portfolio or whatever?
How many billionaires do you think there are?
Well, is this only for billionaires, or, like, what?
Yeah,
what
you have to
extent?
have such an enormous amount of money in the market that any bank would look at it and go, oh, this guy can pay me back no matter what.
Oh,
And you
oh,
know, you might be
I
able
didn't
to
know
do
we were
like
talking about, like,
$1,000
to
or
this
$5,000 if you've got like a decent stock portfolio. But these guys who are,
Chain
you know,
of
have
end
$1
of
billion
time.
in the market, because that's what all their net worth
Not what
is.
I'm looking
Most of these
for.
guys don't actually have that much cash. It's just they have like $1 billion in the market,
Name this clip
and so
Chain
they
of
just
End of
any
Time.
bank is gonna look at that and go, fucking yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, No,
Like,
can't-
normal people will never be able to amass a stock portfolio in which you can do that. Just leverage whatever amount of money you want against it. That makes sense. And then it's like that's just a tenet of like sociology and like societies in general. It's like you shouldn't create classes like that. That's like creating a
So,
royal class and a
When,
non-royal class.
when you're saying like they can't leverage money against their stocks like this, you're talking like an actual unlimited amount of money. 'Cause, like,
Effectively, yeah. Like if there is like whatever the biggest purchase that any billionaire has ever made is, I'm almost willing to guarantee that was made off of a mixture of selling some of their stock and then a majority of it being leveraging against it. That's what they do. Most of them don't really have that much cash. They just have a ton of investments that they can leverage against for loans.
hold on, I have to think. That's a lot to take in.
You're good. It is a lot.
So, like, what type of loans would you be okay with someone leveraging an asset against to like get the loan? Like, in what situation would that be okay to get?
I don't think that it's something that should go away, right? It's not that the entire concept of it is problematic. It's very normal across the board economically to get a loan by leveraging things that you already have, right? So, like, that's not the crazy part. The problem comes in the fact that you can do it to such a crazy extent, and also, you can have a net worth that's really high and, you know, whatever, but you can get paid in stock from your company, which makes your compensation, let's say, $250 million, right? And then you can instead of actually having to cash that out as capital gains, you know, pay the proper taxes on it, etc. You kind of pay the tax on it as income in a way, but that adds to your portfolio. It's eventually, you know, it divests and you have to pay a little bit of taxes on it. But overall, that just adds a chunk of money that you can then get more money against without having to do the whole income tax plus capital gains action. And so you're technically getting paid even more than is in your compensation package. And a normal person who's not getting paid that amount is going to have a very different looking wage compared to somebody at that level, at like the top level, right? And so what makes more sense is to take their compensation, value it at real time, like what it is at that moment, and then do that ratio comparison that we talked about.
Yeah, well, that's what I
And so
assumed was like happening. That's what I kind of assumed.
I mean, the original concept is that they would do away with a lot of the like versions of taking into account someone's stock compensation and just do a direct payment of a certain amount, and then they can choose to divest a certain amount into stock. Like, there's a lot of more
can you repeat
complicated
that again,
actions
sorry?
there. Yeah, sorry. I just kind of was highlighting a purposefully complicated action, I guess, is probably not worth repeating.
Oh.
So, like, just using it as contrast. But just generally, there are this is such a deep, like, topic, and there's no way that, like, as a layman, even, like, decently informed, that I could infer, like, the whole proper way of approaching this. You know what I mean?
Because I just can't comprehend where, like, why would the bank give out a loan if they didn't think it was like properly backed?
They do. That's the point.
And you're saying that it's not, in your opinion, it's not properly backed, or you're saying
It's kind of like it is a tax loophole in addition to many other things. But I'm basically saying, like, if you have a certain amount of money, whatever that is, let's say it's just in classic cars. If you go to the bank and you've got $50 billion in classic cars, and you ask for a $50 million loan, they're just gonna be like, yeah, you're good, because worst case scenario, you just sell some of your classic cars. But those classic cars, you're not paying taxes on them, you're not incurring debt on them, you're not utilizing them for payments. You're essentially saying, because they exist, you should give me cash. And then you use that cash to make more cash pay that back.
Wait, but I
add to
don't
your investment portfolio,
necessarily
repeat.
disagree with that if the cars are worth that much, right? Like, why would I disagree with that?
I mean, you don't necessarily have to disagree with that, I guess, is the biggest thing. Like, to me, it's just because once you have a certain amount of money, you can just get an infinite amount of money from the bank, and that creates two classes of people. And just from a general societally speaking aspect, having a lack of regulation leading to first and second class citizens, or royal and non-royal citizens, is kind of ridiculous.
What do you mean by like two classes of people? Like I don't know if it sounds like I'm trying to like get a gotcha or something. I actually like don't know. I don't know.
It's no, you're totally fine. It's yeah, I will never be upset at asking for information. For me, this is fringe stuff and like stuff that I've heard mostly from like my buddy who's, you know, an economist for the state, for the government, but I'm trying to like think really hard and like synthesize through everything, but also I only woke up like an hour ago, so forgive me if I'm coming across as like, you know, making it seem like you're trying to get a gotcha, but no. So generally speaking, in like studies of societies, when a society is at its most tense, and especially like economically with wealth disparity, there's usually a few indicators of the fact that economically things are about to go very poorly, or things are about to change very heavily. And one of them is the designation of first and second class citizens. You can think of it like this. You know the French Revolution?
Honestly, not really. I know
Okay,
some people
think about it just like a
cake
general
and
country,
that was
right?
about it, bro.
A country with a royal family and royal groups, and then peasants. The royals can basically do whatever they want and get access to whatever they want because that's how the shit is set up. And the peasants will never be able to become part of that group because of how it's set up. Now you have a first class of royal citizens and a second class of peasant citizens who can never reach that class. Right?
I get that, but why would
The classical
like,
indicator of economic instability and soon to come extreme economic change. And so when that happens, it usually whips to the other side, in which, you know, the workers have an immense amount of power, which can lead to a lot of turmoil. So the idea is to try to get in the middle of it with regulations that prevent a huge upheaval and instead can very peacefully and slowly and normally work towards a better economy that works for everybody. Because we're already at a point where the idea is there are literally royalty who can go get $50 billion from the bank, or $50 million from the bank just by asking, and then there are people who will die this week because they have not eaten in that long. That, when there's that many people, and that's not like, oh, there's a couple people, there are literally millions of people who skip at least one meal a day. And so when you've got literally millions of second-class citizens, and then you've got royalty who can go to the bank, ask for $50 million with a cherry on top, and just have it handed to them, something is going to change soon. And it changes either via peaceful regulation of the economy, or workers who simply decide that something has to be done so that they can continue to eat. And it's not like a threat or like a, like this is going to be an organized thing. It's just this is always what happens when you push people that far.
So you think there's gonna be some sort of like major economic reform or like regulation that happens?
Absolutely, yeah.
Like
yeah,
in what way?
I mean, there is. I don't know what it'll look like. I can't really predict the future. But I mean, it's a natural like thing, right? It's almost like a common sense statement. When millions and millions of people don't have food to eat, and the royalty are sitting and getting fat in their castle, the people will eventually decide, hey, you know what, I'm actually really pissed and I want to do something about this. I mean, we already saw an example. It's not going to be some big, huge single revolution. We're already seeing an example with Luigi who shot that billionaire guy, right? Those are the kinds of things that happen when you've got a first class and a second class.
Yeah, but I think largely that was probably like I don't know if any like sort of regulation changed off of him doing that or anything, but
No, but I'm saying what I'm saying is that actions like that will become increasingly more frequent as people have less and less to their name and less food on their table, because they'll become more and more frustrated. I mean, there's already guys throwing Molotov cocktails at Sam Altman's house and lockdowns happening at Zuckerman's house. Like, people are so actively mad at billionaires that they're like hiding in compounds of security compounds. Like, these are natural consequences of people not being able to eat while
Well,
there are
I get
royalties.
that, but I just don't see how some sort of like reform would ever start when the people who are in power who can like do this are the ones with all the money, right? So like,
Yeah, so when they start to feel threatened is probably around the time when they'll make change, right? Because if they don't feel any pressure whatsoever, they're not going to do anything. And people eventually realize that.
well, I just don't
I
think
mean, like,
there's
this has
gonna be
happened in
anything
every
that.
society where this has never been the case in history. I should probably highlight that.
Oh, but maybe this one's different. Maybe this is the unstoppable one though. Like genuinely.
maybe.
Like I'm not even
No,
like saying that. to
maybe the
troll.
one where there's 100 million people who are starving is the one that's gonna cook. Though I will admit, the last time that there were 100 million people starving, we did end up with the Soviet Union, so that didn't end up going too well.
Like I just can't even fathom a world where, like, bro, don't get me wrong. I know people are pretty fed up and everything's expensive and whatever the fuck, but I don't see a world where enough noise is made to the point of change starts happening. Like that's like unfathomable to me. Like I just feel like that's literally impossible to happen.
I mean, other than the fact that it's happened literally hundreds of times throughout history, you don't like it's just a natural, inevitable point of societal frustration and individuals trying to live and being, you know, oppressed in some way, shape, or form from doing so. And so, like, yeah, you don't necessarily have to even be able to, like, fathom it, and it doesn't necessarily have to be true. This is just the general sociological, like, style or, like, trend of things. And so, like, when A, B, C, D, E, F, and G are in place, H is probably gonna happen. We can't say it's definitely gonna happen, but every single time that those scenarios have all come together, H has happened. There's like so many famous quotes about it, books written about it, stuff like that. And revolutions throughout history, the New Deal was a result of things like this. I'm sorry, I kind of forget sometimes that you're Canadian, so you don't necessarily know like deep American history. There were some seriously violent times around like American workers and unions and, you know, oligarchs at the time, like John D. Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie, who had
Like
you know,
when is the most
unfathomable
like
amounts of
recent
wealth.
like American example of this?
I mean, there were some huge worker strikes in. I mean, do you want to speak specifically about workers, or just generally people like getting together and rallying for change via societal pressure?
Well, not only just rallying together, but like when was the last time that actually worked?
I mean, the Civil Rights Act.
So what was the Civil Rights Act? What is that?
The Civil Rights Act was basically what gave black people the right to be like non-second class citizens, right? In the U.S., there used to be black toilets and white toilets, and black water fountains and white water fountains, and black seats and white seats, right? They were literally like distinguished and discriminated against wholly and completely. The Civil Rights Act did away with things like that. It made it so that black kids could go to white schools, and, you know, black kids could go and use the white toilet in, you know, the office and drink from the same water fountain. Like, the whole point was to make it so that it was no longer legally allowed for someone to discriminate against an individual based on their race.
So what like caused that? How did that happen?
It was basically an enormous amount of protests on behalf of both largely black people, but also some white people as well. You know, doing a mixture of violent and non-violent protesting. There were tons of important individuals who, you know, stood up, people who were killed. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated almost fucking definitely by the CIA. That's a whole different story. So it's like, there was an enormous amount of societal upheaval. I mean, to the extent that, like, if you lived in a city where there was, you know, a decent amount of black people, you could not go into the city without seeing some form of demonstration, sit-in, etc., that was actively being broken up by police with water hoses and batons, beating the shit out of people, sicking fucking dogs on them. Like, it was genuinely, like, hellish in some places. And that was 60 years ago. That was not that long ago. I mean, there are like black people right now who are in their, you know, 70s who probably remember being beaten by a police officer for walking into a cafe. Like, that's the level of societal change
what
that's
year
happened
did this
in their
happen?
lifetime, because of both a mixture of violent and non-violent pressure put on the government by just people who were fed up with the way that things were for as long as they were.
What year did that happen in?
1960s. Let me look it up.
Oh, what the
I mean,
hell?
you got to remember, this was a many-year-long process of protesting and action and stuff like that, right? But 1964.
Oh, that is way more recent than I thought it would have been.
Yeah. I mean, it's these kinds of things are considered to be very natural consequences of certain societal states and, like, things that happen, right? When someone is rendered a genuine second-class citizen, or, you know, made to be significantly oppressed, there will eventually be a significant amount of non-violent and then eventually violent protesting and demonstration and actions that will take place until the people who are in charge decide that that is no longer a tenable experience for them, that they are now scared or feel that they can just take a direct action that would resolve this and make life easier for them. Because without that action, nothing will ever happen. It's like eventually most people come to that realization, but it's basically never, you know, a group of underground Antifa guys who, you know, manage to get the biggest protest ever together where they storm the government headquarters. No, it's always just a series of individual actions that inspire other people. And there are, you know, groups and societies and, you know, people here and there who help with stuff like that, but this has happened so many times, even just in U.S. history. And, like, yeah, the same is true with, like, workers and, like, inequality as well. Like, Americans during I think it would have been the 1920s when the New Deal was passed. Hold on, New Deal. 1933 to 1939. It's basically a series of programs, public work projects, like employment projects, and a bunch of financial regulations on extreme wealth that FDR, one of the most famous American presidents, put into place, right? Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And a lot of it came from basically him, like, he had a large amount of opposition from both the Congress and general, like, you know, wealthy public interests. But he, you know, couldn't get, so as such, he couldn't get a majority of, like, really progressive stuff that he would have wanted to pass until workers really started to organize and, you know, demonstrate and act, which put a lot of pressure on those wealthy people and those people in Congress, who were then a lot more willing to pass those regulations that FDR was proposing, which then came together to basically shape the foundation of, like, American prosperity for 50 to 80 years from there. A lot of the downfall of what you've seen in the American economy and what you might know about the American economy is a direct result of Ronald Reagan repealing a lot of the New Deal around 1988. There's like an ultra crash course in American economic history.
Oh, bullshit, bro. I'm taking a lot of this in. God. No, that honestly changed my perspective of how recent the Civil Rights Act was, bro. Like, that was
Crazy to think
not
about, man.
an insane. That wasn't even 100 years ago. Like,
Nah, dude. It's pretty nuts, man. Like, it's 62
so,
years.
You think that we're gonna start? I guess, you know what? I really could see it, especially as AI starts to replace more and more people. Then, like, something basically would have to be done. right? Like,
Yeah, so this is going to be probably the nerdiest statement ever, and you're almost definitely not going to do this, but if you really do want to read, like, a historical fiction account that describes exactly what's happening here, but through, like, an old American lens, the book The Grapes of Wrath, I'm pretty sure it's Charles Dickens, very famous author, is exactly about this. Like, it's about... It's about, like, people starving while, you know, watching, the wealthy people literally like waste and destroy food in order to keep prices up and things like that. Hold on, let me find. There's a really famous quote from it that I think that you'll.
Someone
You'll see
said
what I
John
mean.
Steinbeck is.
Yeah, thank you, John Steinbeck. Sorry, not Charles Dickens. He's British. Thank you, little pig.
Oh, where is this?
You mind if I read a mildly long quote?
You could do that.
Okay. The works of the roots of the vines, of the trees, must be destroyed to keep up the price, and this is the saddest, bitterest thing of all. Carloads of oranges dumped on the ground. The people came for miles to take the fruit, but this could not be. How would they buy oranges at 20 cents a dozen if they could drive out and pick them up? And men with hoses squirt kerosene on the oranges, and they are angry at the crime. Angry at the people who have come to take the fruit. 1 million people hungry, needing the fruit, and kerosene sprayed over the golden mountains. And the smell of rot fills the country. Burn coffee for fuel in the ships. Burn corn for makes it hot. Dump potatoes in the rivers and place guards along the banks to keep the people keep the hungry people from fishing them out. Slaughter the pigs and bury them, and let the putrescence drip down into the earth. There is a crime here that goes beyond denunciation. There is a sorrow here that weeping cannot symbolize. There is a failure here that topples all our success. The fertile earth, the straight tree rows, the sturdy tree trunks, and the ripe fruit. And children dying of pellagra must die because a profit cannot be taken from an orange. And coroners must fill in the certificate, died of malnutrition, because the food must rot, must be forced to rot. The people come with nets to fish for potatoes in the river, and the guards hold them back. They come in rattling cars to get the dumped oranges, but the kerosene is sprayed. And they stand still and watch the potatoes float by. Listen to the screaming pigs being killed in a ditch and covered with quicklime. Watch the mountains of oranges slop down to a putrefying ooze. And in the eyes of the people, there is the failure. And in the eyes of the hungry, there is a growing wrath. In the souls of the people, the grapes of wrath are filling and growing heavy for the vintage. That's like one of the best quotes to demonstrate precisely how people feel when stuff like this happens. And all that stuff is true. That's what they do in order to, you know, make sure that prices stay up, right? You've probably heard it before. Like every company in the United States basically has regulations that you can't give food at the end of the day to homeless people. You have to throw it out.
Really?
Yep. If there is a starving homeless person right there, you will lose your job if you give them food instead of putting it in the garbage.
Huh.
Isn't that crazy?
That should literally be illegal.
Yeah, but it's like those kinds of little things, right? That add up, that frustrate a society into action.
I guess so, yeah. I guess from my perspective, it's just so, like, unbelievable. Or not unbelievable, inconceivable, I guess. That something like that could happen. But I mean, I guess when enough people are literally starving to death, or not even necessarily dying, but if their like quality of life is like shit enough, then
right. Being hungry fucking sucks, right? Now imagine that being your state of life for 2/3 of the day. You got 1 meal a day. And it's like, there are some fucking insane statistics about food insecurity in the US.
what?
I'm looking for it right now. So about 13.7% of U.S. households, aka 18.3 million households, or 47 million individuals, or 48 million individuals, experienced food insecurity in 2024, meaning they lacked consistent access to enough nutritious food due to limited resources. Of this population, 5.4% faced very low food security, severely disrupting normal eating patterns. So it's like that's 7.2 million households, which is probably somewhere around 20 million people that have so little access to enough money for nutritious food that they genuinely can't eat at a like breakfast, lunch, dinner pattern like a normal person does.
That is insane.
Yeah, and when you think about it as like individual people, you're like, who, you know, who would care, who would do that? But when you think about it as 7 million people who literally eat 1 meal a day, or maybe 0 meals a day, maybe 1 meal every other day, it starts to make sense why and who might act.
Yeah, I guess. Like, why do you think some sort of thing like this hasn't happened sooner? There just wasn't enough people that were so.
I mean, it's happened on a
discontent.
small scale, like, so many times recently, right? Like, but also, really a large amount of this is the long-scale consequences of what we call Reaganomics, which were, like, a bunch of economic regulations that led to a large short-term market boom in exchange for the long-term economic longevity of the average person, essentially. So we're basically in the long term of, you know, the consequences of like executing, you know, a very, very loose, not like loose, but like low regulation version of capitalism, essentially. And so it's not that it's never been this bad per se, it's just that it's never been this bad for this many people for this long. At least, you know, since the last time it happened. Which
Guess
again, like, you know,
so.
less than 100 years ago. So. And that was economic. That was 90 years ago.
See, like, even after having explained all that, it's still just so inconceivable to me, where it's like the type of thing where it's like, I don't think I would believe it.
Yeah, it's so it's very
unless
normal to feel and think that way.
Like, I wouldn't believe it unless it was happening, to be honest.
Yeah. No, that's kind of one of the big reasons why like sociology and like long-term studies of societies exist like this as predictors and markers, is because for most people, even like, you know, established sociologists, looking at something like this might lead someone to think, well, I don't necessarily see how, you know, that could happen. But then when you look at established patterns of how these things have happened in other societies, you can go, okay, we're following along a pattern in which this might take place. But it's not wrong to say, like, I can't really imagine this happening, because there's no set form, formula, result, or way that it'll look. So you're basically, you know, when explaining it at a large scale, I'm almost asking you to imagine something that does not have a form, shape, definition, or explanation. You know? It's just generally something's gonna happen because of modern conditions. That's fucking very hard to imagine. There's no, you know what I mean? There's no shape to it. There's no explanation beyond that. I can't say this is gonna happen in Alabama, or these people might get together and do this. It's just like, I don't know, fucking something might happen.
I guess so.
It's like the probability.
Yeah, I guess when you put it like
high.
that, like, yeah, you know, so at least something probably will happen eventually.
Right.
But what will it be?
And part of it too is like the understanding of, you know, how people respond to seeing other people in the same conditions of them acting, right? Because, like, you know, I don't know if have you ever been food insecure in your life?
Nope.
Okay, just if you, like, imagine that you, like, you know, were, which is, like, it's a hard thing, you know, to imagine, but to be in that state for, you know, however old you are, right? And to basically, at this point, you're like, this is just kind of this is how I live, like, this is my life. and then to see someone in the exact same state as you, in a group of other people who are in the same state, acting somewhere, doing something. Some, even if just a few people in all sorts of different places see that and decide that they want to do something too, that's how it starts. Does that make sense? It doesn't even have to be instantaneous large scale
that does
action.
make sense. Because I'm gonna be honest, my ass would never do some shit like that, bro. I'd be sitting on the sidelines.
Right, but it's like just the general, like, put yourself into the body of, you know, someone else, right? Like, you might not, but if 10,000 people like you saw that and 1% of them decided that, you know, they wanted to go ahead and act, that's now 10 people who have decided to act that would not have previously acted. And that 10,000 number is pretty low because we just established earlier that number is closer to 7 million.
A part of it for me is I don't personally believe that people have to be so hard stuck at the bottom. Like, if someone wanted to work hard enough, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to get themselves off their feet. Obviously, I'm sure it's harder for some people to get on their feet than others.
Yeah, I mean, there's
reason.
so many things that make that not true. That it just like would be tough to go into all of them. I mean, one of them is just how difficult it actually is to access the help that you need, but also like again, how motivated are you to just work harder when you eat one meal a day? And then on top of that, like, what if you live in rural bumfuck nowhere and the closest welfare office is 18 miles away and you don't have a car? Should I walk 18 miles?
Well, like, you saying this, like, my answer was like, I guess I'm not fucking rich, so I guess I'm just a big bootlicker right now or something, but like,
it's not that.
Personally,
it's just
I wouldn't ever be homeless. Like,
yeah,
that's
it's
such
a
like,
lack of
ignorant
exposure and
type
understanding
thing
of
to
what
say,
leads
but,
people to that point.
Like, if I knew
also-
I wasn't gonna be able
also,
to make
like-
rent, like, I'm picking up another job or doing whatever it takes, I guess, before.
It's just not that easy though. Like, jobs aren't just like there to snatch up and have. Especially again, like, millions and millions of people in the United States live in very rural places. You can't just like go right next door and get a job. I don't think it's like, it's not bootlicking, it's just, you know, like, fully understand and can't like get the idea of both like how these people feel and also like the situations that they're actually in and how restricted those things are. Like, the idea, like, the solutions afforded to you do not exist for a large majority of those people. There is not a local McDonald's that will just give them a job.
I guess.
Yeah, Little
but-
Pig, they're not invalid takes. Like, everything Squid is saying is as reasonable as everything that I'm saying. I'm just explaining where my aspect of things is coming from. There's no right or wrong answer here per se. Not in this context.
Well, like, I just can't get behind like some like reasoning like this, where someone is just like permanently doomed into a death spiral because of their like spawn point or something, where there's nothing they could do to like get on their feet.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. There's not like, and there's not, you know, some like magical combination of things that I can explain that will make that suddenly like seem valid. You know what I mean? There's just an incongruence in like the belief of what the, you know, those people can do or what their circumstances look like. And that's fine. Again, there's no right answer here.
Like, I guess I could see it for some people, like people with like kids and a family and stuff, where
Which is a majority of those people. I gotta be completely honest with you. Most people, even poor people, do not put a lot of thought into when and how they should have kids. They just kind of go for it. I would say probably a better explanation is a lot of kids that are probably not planned. Like when you've got 3 kids and your wife and you, and there's 8 jobs in town.
Even just like conceptually of like, oh, like the opportunities aren't available to them. It's like I would move somewhere. Like me personally, I would literally move where I live before I like go homeless or something. Like even if I was like walking or something or taking
What if you had
$0?
$0? Where would you stay?
$0? I guess like surely
You and your
there's a
family
way.
just stay on the street.
Yeah, surely there's a way where I could save up. Okay, wait. Actually, wait. This is making more sense to me.
If you already
I was
can't
gonna
make
say,
rent
surely-
and you only have enough money to pay for 1 meal a day, what are you gonna save? What is there to save? And you're only counting rent. There's probably utilities, maybe you have a car that you can't.
Rent is like genuinely it's just monthly like bill. What I mean by.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Like, yeah, no, you can't. There's no option to save up, and if you move wherever you move to, you will be homeless. And like you know,
I
when
guess
you get
even
there,
with
there's no
the
guarantee you'll
internet,
get a
it's
job.
so.
Not
like-
every these people don't have the internet. They live in shacks. There's no broadband access where they live. Broadband for all is like a thing that Joe Biden tried to do in like fucking 2023 or some shit. Like it's so recent, the idea of getting everyone broadband access, that it's within the past 5 years. Like people absolutely do not have that access. There are plenty of people that don't even have a cell phone. The Obama phone is a term that is literally less than 20 years old. That comes from Obama passing regulations to give poor people phones, which has been fiercely fought against and repealed in many places. So it's like no cell phone, no internet either. Can't afford a landline because those are, you need to lay the line for that.
Let me think. I mean, yeah, I guess some people. I'll give it to some people. Sure, some people. Well, actually,
But it's
no.
not like, it's not
uh,
like some people. It's statistically like 7 million people.
Mabby Clove, thank you for the raid. Let me think.
Yeah, we can talk about this as long as you want. I don't want to derail your stream, so if you want to change
No,
topics, I'm still
that's
cool with
fine.
that, but
That's
if you wanna
fine.
keep yapping,
I
that's
don't
so
need
cool.
to rage bait about Skyblock. I think this is like actually interesting.
Hell yeah.
Like, I just think there's so much time
Yeah.
that someone should have. Well, actually, like, I guess it's like different. Like, especially if you have a kid, that kind of changes everything.
Mm-hmm.
But like, people with no kids or something.
Uh-huh.
Like, at a certain point, I would think move somewhere else where you could get a different job. Like,
Yeah, I mean, personal responsibility is not factored out of the equation here. There are definitely people who could just pull themselves up and probably get out of that situation, but there's also I don't disagree with that, but also it's just, to me, it feels like as a society, we shouldn't really have put people in a situation where you got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps just to eat and live.
Right.
So that's where the big problem comes in. And so it's like, you're not wrong that some of those people, maybe even all of those people, could solve their problems by working harder. But the issue to me is that we should probably address the reason, that they have to work harder in the first place. Because to me, a much healthier society looks like, it doesn't look like, Peepaw has to work 4 jobs at, 4 different fast food chains to make things work. Instead, you know, Peepaw's just got Snap and it pays, you know, for the food, and, you know, there's some rent subsidy that takes care of things, so there's a little bit of money to save, and Peepaw works 40 hours a week, so he feels like a normal human being the rest of his, you know, time as a person. That, and just in general, would do unbelievable amounts of work for the mental health of, like, probably 100 million fucking people.
Right.
I think that makes a healthier society.
Now that you mention it, like, sometimes I think, like, damn, I'm like fucking, it's gonna take forever for me to own a damn house or something.
Yeah, man. And like, here's
Maybe I
something
gotta
too,
go,
like,
I gotta go make some change.
when I
Who's
lost
with
my
me?
job, like I have a little bit of savings and like some severance and stuff like that. But you know, when I lost my job, I lost my healthcare that day. I lost my dental insurance that day, my vision insurance that day. They paid me 6 weeks severance after 6 years of working there, which is 6 weeks of pay. So I have literally interviewed with hundreds of companies, and I shit you not. First of all, probably at least 10 of them were with an actual AI, not a person, like an AI robot talking to me and doing the interview. But also, I have not been, despite having 6 years experience as a data engineer, which is a highly sought after job right now, I have not been able to land a single role. I've got a GitHub, I've got a huge profile, get interviews all the time, and it's like that's really tough because, like, you know, I used to make a majority of the money between me and my wife, and she makes about, you know, what our bills cost every month. And so without me making money through my job, we just make about what bills cost. And so every month we pay the bills, and then we have $0 left. You know, so even me, who's someone who has like a, you know, decent support system, right? Like friends, you know, a family who care, like not everybody can just help out.
Oh yeah,
and so
Bobby.
I've just kind of been in this like little $0 trap lately, which can be scary, right? Like nothing bad has happened yet, but just generally the idea that like even me, who I thought was someone who was pretty well off, can suddenly just be like plummeted into this like weird trap.
Right. I guess it's,
you know,
I was thinking of it like the most extreme case, like
Mhm.
thinking like I would literally live out of a car before like I don't know, like I would, before like shit got tough, I would live out of my car and go move to somewhere else where I could like actually
There's definitely
get
a lot of people who do
job
that.
or whatever.
There's a lot of people who choose, you know, to try to save more money by living out of their car. But a lot of the time, too, that, you know, that causes problems as well. Because it's like, you know, then you don't have consistent access to, like, a kitchen and a shower and whatnot, which, you know, is disadvantaging and frustrating. I end up spending more on food than the average person. Because you have to, like, you know, find solutions that don't require a kitchen.
Yeah,
you have to have a car. Good point. Okay, yeah.
Convinced.
Yeah. No, and I do want to reiterate, like, you are definitely on the money that, like, a good amount of these people can probably just make it work. But we both, like, want to make a society where you don't end up in that situation in the first place. And also have the empathy to be like, yeah, you know, you probably could make it work, but, like, fuck, it sounds like if I were in your situation, I'd be tired. I'm tired of everything.
Right. Yeah, even if you could make it work, that it shouldn't have to be that annoying.
Right. And so it's like we've burrowed down like so deep from where we came from like originally, right? But that's a good example of like the McDonald's CEO, right? You put a ratio between what he gets paid and what that guy who you know has 2 jobs at the fast food place gets paid. He'll now only need to have 1 job. He can receive a livable wage and can have the opportunity to now do what you mentioned. Maybe save up some money, maybe move somewhere with more opportunity, make something of themselves, you know? So that might not be the right solution, but the general idea of trying to transition towards an economy that's regulated around making sure that if people work a square 40 hours, there's enough money to pay the bills and eat.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, like generally speaking, I would say billionaires could probably get taxed a fuck ton more. Just generally speaking.
Right.
Like, would
Well,
you
and I think it's
agree
weird
with
too,
that?
because like, Yes, it's tough because the tax bracket on that level of wealth is already very
Almost
high.
just subscribe.
But what
Hello,
it comes
thank you for
down
the
to
prime.
is
Appreciate that, man.
taking a huge amount of wealth still leaves you with an unfathomable amount of wealth. So there probably needs to be some sort of more flat regulation around that amount. So that it's not just like we increase the amount that we tax them, but instead there's more consideration around, like, you know, net worth, assets,
Why can't they
loans,
quit?
leverages, stuff like that.
Huh. I've actually never heard that take about the loans or whatever. Usually I just hear people saying like tax the rich.
Yeah, it's here. The thing is, you need to create, like, there needs to be nuance to everything, and most arguments of that proportion just end up boiling down to, like, we gotta tax some
Why
more,
can't I
bro.
click here?
But the reality is that's not going to fix it. There's eventually going to be some new loophole. There's going to be some way to get around it or whatever it is. So what we need to do is restructure the regulations in our economy to work better for the average person and not incentivize like levels of hoarding that will make you $250 billion and then you can do super loans against that, etc. Like, it's not just tax them more, it's restructure the economy so that, you know, there's not such an enormous disparity. And then at that point, if you've got, you know, $70 billion and all settled and good and, you know, we've figured it all out and that's what you've got left, then you should very well be allowed to, you know, do leveraging and whatever you were doing before, take loans against it just like anybody else would, right? But the problem comes in the fact of, like, basically using that net worth as a way to, like, not, quote unquote, not have money, but still have money.
Well, wouldn't that always be an issue with anyone who's capable of taking out loans against their assets?
The problem isn't the loans, the problem is the size of the assets and the idea that you can just kind of do it repeatedly. And so what I'm saying is don't remove the ability to do that. Just tax people appropriately, including those assets, and then they can do that against whatever's left. But right now the incentive is to put as many of your assets.
Tax the assets.
Yeah, so right now, if you have $200 billion in a certain stock, there are some taxes that you pay, you know, along the way based on certain things, but we have what's called a capital gains tax. And that tax is paid upon certain events that take place. If you just have a stock in your portfolio that's in there, you know, normalized, you know, relatively long term, you do not have to pay taxes on that until you do something with it, like sell it. And so you can effectively have, let's say, $100 billion in net worth that you're not paying any real level of taxes on, that you can then go to the bank and turn into real money leveraged against it, which you then don't have to pay.
Why do they not have to pay taxes on the capital gains?
Because they haven't been, there's no event that triggers it. There are certain events that trigger that capital gains, like selling it, or, you know, like divesting part, or like splitting it. Like, there are certain just like actions on the stock that trigger that, and just having them is not one of them.
I see what you're saying.
And the taxes that are paid on long-term holdings and things like that are much, much, much lower.
Huh.
Yeah.
So
it's less,
what
again,
would
it's
be
less
like
about the taking of the loan itself. It's more about the fact that the loan exists as a way to get around taxes based on leveraging having a humongous net worth. And so that in
what would be a way
you don't
to
remove
get,
the loan, you just
like,
remove
through
the
that?
amount of assets. You decrease the amount of assets by taxing people based on their full amount of assets.
Wait, say that again, sorry?
So right now, like, let's say I've got, you know, $100 million in income and then $100 billion in stocks. I'm paying taxes only on my $100 million in income. I'm saying you should have to pay taxes on your $100 billion in stocks as well.
Even if you're not, like, selling it or anything? What
if you
it
are
goes...
utilizing it as part of a portfolio that you will leverage, it needs to be taxed.
Oh, okay. You know, I don't think I would even disagree with that. I feel like
Yeah, and
That
it's like
makes sense.
some of these things are in place at a very small scale, but that's what I'm talking about when I say like restructuring economic regulations, right? Because it can't just be we did a few things here and there. You kind of just gotta get in there and fix the whole bitch. Like,
So, like, basically, at a certain amount, when taking out a loan against something, at a certain amount, you should be taxed on based on how much the loan you're taking out for is.
yeah, I couldn't get into the deep specifics of the regulation, but yeah, either that or the amount of assets that you're utilizing for the loan. Because a lot of the time, you have to use a larger amount of assets than
Right.
the value of the loan would be. But also, a lot of the time, you're not even necessarily putting up specific assets against the loan, right? You're just like kind of that guy who can definitely pay it back. So there needs to be more specific regulations around those loans and what they look like, rather than, yeah, that's a fat portfolio. Here's 50 million bucks, bro.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. I would agree with that.
Yeah. It's like you can that again comes back to like the whole first class, second class citizen thing, right?
Right. Now
When
I
there's a
get
guy
what
who
you're
can just
saying.
go to the bank and hit the infinite ATM, and you are outside of the bank putting in $2 so you can buy a sandwich to share with your family. Like, you might start to feel some resentment.
Oh, that makes sense, actually. Huh.
It's a very deep and intricate topic with, like I said earlier, like no real right answer, right? Because it's like it's involving people and livelihoods and emotions and, you know, individuals, companies, countries. Like, it's such a wide fucking equation. It's impossible to really say this is the balance that works.
Right.
It's just about, I guess, trying to get to whatever the most sensible balance is for at that given time.
What's the amount in the U.S. where you don't have to pay taxes?
Like on your income below a certain amount.
Yeah. Like, I think whatever that amount is, it should probably be way higher.
You're probably right. I would have to agree with you. I mean, the one thing that people will tell you is, like, again, the majority of taxes that get paid, the majority of the tax burden is on the upper class and, like, the wealthier people. But we're still talking about relative wealth, right? Like, paying
Yeah,
a huge
exactly.
amount of taxes, but it's still only being 1% of your ginormous, humongous fucking pockets, and me having to pay essentially fucking 30% of all the money that I make, very different.
Yeah, I think I haven't thought about this much, so it could be like actually dumb if you think about it. But conceptually, I think it would make sense if there's like a certain cost of living. Maybe it could like be determined like state by state or whatever. But under that amount of money, you shouldn't have to even pay taxes if you're making less than that.
Yeah, I don't particularly disagree, and it
Should
wouldn't.
be shifted upwards. Yep.
Yeah. It would increase the burden on the upper class, but the actual relative shift would be less enormous than people think that it is. And also, like, again, people think, like, oh, so what, if I've got $1 million, now I'm going to have to pay way more? And it's like, no. The point is not to target the guy with $1 million in assets. Because at this point, living in the U.S., if you've got a nice car and a house that's paid off, you probably have $1 million in assets.
Yeah,
We're talking
yeah,
about the people
exactly.
who have $100 million in assets. Or the people who have $50 million a year in income, straight up cash money coming in. Like, those are the kinds of people who it's like, okay, let's pump it a bit more there, Chief. Yeah, so in the U.S.,
I would
it's
agree with that.
if as a single individual, it's $15,000, $15,750. Any more than that, and you have to file for your taxes. So that's
Oh,
not-
honestly, I thought it was lower. That's interesting.
No, it's like it sounds like it's, you know, decent, but the reality is that's like fucking basically you can break down 40 hours a week working, you know, basically every week of the year, 5 days a week, you know, etc., as 2,000-ish hours a year, right? And so if you were like doing that, that's basically, there is basically no job, even part-time in most places, that you could work for, you know, more than 20 hours a week and not pay taxes. So it's even like people working like low-paying part-time jobs are still paying solid amounts in taxes. I mean, it sounds like it's kind of high, but it's really not when you think about it as like that's just a guy working at McDonald's for 20 hours a week.
I don't know what I would put the. I mean, the amount would be higher. I guess that's the starting point. Fucking raise the amount before people have to start paying taxes, so they could like at least keep more of their money.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it would feel good for a lot of people, and I also think that just the whole like taxes and then tax refund thing is an unnecessary burden on like the average person, and just that would be a nice thing to remove. It's basically, most people like describe it, at least most economically or fiscally literate people describe it as a 0% interest loan to the government. You're just literally letting them. Yeah, the taxes and tax refunds. Like some people, for example, like increase their withholdings on their taxes to get a bigger refund at the end of the year, right? But most people, like a lot of people, will instead try to balance it, so you just pay as little taxes as possible and get nothing back. Because otherwise, there's literally no fucking point. You're literally giving a 0% interest loan to the government with your money. You know what I mean? Like when they give you back your tax refund, you didn't get interest on it.
Yeah, but when I had to pay taxes in installments, like the amount that they were asking for, I was like, bro, this is fucking stupid. Like, what are we even talking about? You're asking me for this much every like 3 months? Like,
right. I've also heard from my friend that the Canadian tax code is like a little bonkers sometimes.
brimstone handle. Okay. Name this clip Brimstone handle. You've heard Canadian taxes or what, sorry?
The Canadian tax code and like all the specifics around it can be like a little bonkers, like a little confusing sometimes. And like certain things can just be like way more, like incur a lot more in taxes than one would think. I have a buddy who owns a small scale business in Canada, like not particularly large, but probably making a total of a few $1 million a year. And like just looking at like the taxes incurred generally by like what I would consider to be a small business serving a relatively local community I was like, oh wow. I know that you guys receive more generally like from the government, right? Like you guys have like healthcare that you get and then access to certain things, but
like it's healthcare. That healthcare includes like you could go to the emergency room.
Mm-hmm.
And then at a certain income, you're like, they'll pay for your dental up to a certain amount. And then I don't think there's any like eye health or mental health or anything else that gets covered. I'm trying to think what else gets covered.
So do you guys have like third-party insurance companies that cover those other things?
Yeah, and it's like also still like very common here where like
I was gonna say, how
like
common is it for somebody to have a third-party insurance company?
Very, very common. Like
Makes
most
sense.
people will get like insurance through their job. I'm sure that's how it works in the U.S. That's like the exact same here.
That makes
but
sense.
I guess the main difference is it's not. You don't have to worry about going through the emergency room, which is probably like a big one. But
oh yeah, no, you can like have like a blood clot here in the U.S. Like pass out, have an ambulance called, take you there, get treatment, get discharged a day later, and it's like $25,000 for that insurance.
I don't even know. No, that's actually something that is worth like. Something needs to change about all the healthcare bullshit, because it's not like you could like choose which hospital you go to or like whatever, and then like.
Well, that's why like that.
Like the one Tylenol pill you took was actually like fucking 10 grand. It's like okay, what do we?
Yeah, it's crazy.
we
No, and there are
about?
like you can ask them for an itemized receipt and then give them income proof and scale it back
Bro,
based
why do
on
I
federal
not do
regulation,
that?
blah blah blah. But you just have to go through so much bullshit to do all of that. When the reality is they should just serve you the lowest bill possible for the treatment that you were given.
That shit is insane.
Should just be insurance and non-insurance prices. There are in some places, but most places don't. Like, yeah, that guy, like, Luigi, who shot that, healthcare CEO, like, first of all, he was, like, super wealthy. So it wasn't even like he couldn't, like, afford the care. But he had gone through, like, a crazy series of, like, denials and dealing with, like, a bunch of bullshit with healthcare. With, that company, United Healthcare, who kept denying him, like, surgeries to get like screws in his back and like be able to like walk properly and like fix his posture, like necessary things for like genetic defects. And it was like such an insane and ridiculous process to while he was like in crazy pain the whole time dealing with all that stuff, that even somebody who could afford it the whole way along still snapped to that extent. You know what I mean? So like that whole like healthcare thing is definitely one spot where you'll probably see, a lot of tension that I mentioned earlier, like people starting to get so frustrated by their scenario that they just lash out and act. Healthcare is probably gonna be a big catalyst for that.
Honestly, like now that you bring
get
that up,
cancer, you
I'm
think you're
kind of
gonna
surprised
die,
that's
right?
the
Like,
first time that happened.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like if you have no insurance, or homeless, or you're a poor person or whatever, and maybe you're like 80 or like 55, so you don't have Medicare yet, but you can't work, you can't get Medicaid, etc. So you have no access to healthcare, you're diagnosed with terminal cancer. The treatment's $250,000. You'd never be able to afford it, and you don't want to saddle your family with that debt. Maybe previously that happened infrequently enough that it didn't really affect it, but to me, at one person, whatever, but when it happens 10,000 times, I imagine at some point some of those people are gonna go, well, I'm gonna die anyway.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, this is not a call for violence or anything, but I kind of
I
get
agree
it.
with what BB said. Like, you can be a bad person doing bad things, but that it is, as a human being, as a mortal upon this earth, of the same of the same metaphysical fucking status as any other person. I don't get to decide who lives and dies, and I don't get to decide who's worthy of what, regardless of that, essentially. So it's never a call for violence, and it's never condoning that, because as people, we just don't have the right to decide who lives and who dies in life. But it is undeniable that the behavior behind that was disgusting. Effectively, I don't know if you know the full story, Squid, but he was like pioneered using AI to deny claims that were high risk, like systematically. That was like one of his big like pushes as CEO. It's like non-human reviews of healthcare claims using
Like
AI.
he individually was like
risk
he was
claims.
largely responsible for that.
But yeah, it was like a heavy push of his, and like internally something that he was like very gung-ho about, and like it was a big initiative within the company under his direct supervision as CEO. Like, it's not, it was an important and expensive and high value thing that they were working on, and he was the leader of the company at the time. So there is a precisely 0% chance that he was unaware, and 0% chance that he was uninvolved.
Yeah, because it does bring into question if he was the one like responsible enough for him to even make a little bit of sense for him to like Luigi to target him specifically rather than someone else at the company. But I guess, bro, if he's the CEO, then I guess at that point, who else are you actually going to target?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, everything else is so abstracted between people and what are you going to hunt down the developer who wrote the lead code for the neural network?
Exactly.
Like, it just doesn't
like
make
if you had to choose one guy, I guess he would
Don't
be the
pick
guy.
anybody, but if as an irrational person you're weighing who to pick, that does seem like a choice that one would land on. Yeah, that's a big reason why when I keep saying like, strong economic reform, etc. The whole goal behind stuff like that, especially like democratic socialism and like, those strong liberal agendas is like, we don't want to get to that point. People should not have to fight and die for such things in the modern era. Let's just change the regulations in the government such that we can actually make things work, such that we don't have to push people to that point.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. I guess especially just how like the government is set up, bro. I don't know. Maybe yeah, I guess it would.
It would
be.
require foundational changes, like including like direct amendments to our Constitution, which are very, very difficult things to get done in the United States. So, I mean, it's just one of the big things too is like, even if there's not like, a solution or whatever, a big part of it for me is understanding how it got to this point in the first place. Like historically, what sets of regulations and things got put into place that made such a scenario like this, that's like a snowball possible, so that if things do, manage to be reformed, not only can we do decent reform, but we can also go, we should probably think about this and this and this because it keeps happening. One thing that I'm a huge fan of, one time I joked to my friend that I was like gonna run for Senate off of one thing, and it's that no company should be allowed to hold your money longer than that company would allow you to hold theirs. So like if PayPal's holding like a refund for 6 days to process it, they would not allow you to have their money for 6 days, or if they would not settle a claim for money for 6 days or whatever, it's illegal. So if I owe PayPal money and their deadline is 1 day, then they have to perform all deadlines of paying me within 1 day as well. This is a huge issue with like banks and just like general middlemen who hold large amounts of money for 1 to 7 business days, which then slows down and interrupts people's ability to like move money and pay rent and shit.
Right.
Like, it sounds like a small thing, but there are an unfathomable amount of people that are just like, I fucking cannot stand this one small thing.
Right.
It's like little stuff like that that we would want to. I think that people should think about when, talking about changing stuff around is like, let's make it so that the economy itself is more served for the consumer and for the individual as opposed to for a large corporation.
Yeah, honestly,
Like the
bro.
same with credit scores. You should own your credit score, and if a company wants to check your credit score, they should have to pay you.
Yeah, how do credit cards even work? Like, tell me why when I was like trying to get a house, I had to pay for my credit score to get checked. I was like, fuck it, someone just go check. Like, why do I have to pay for this shit? Like, what the fuck?
The whole industry's stupid, man. It's all based around just making sure that you always have a certain amount of debt. That has just been like slowly lobbied for by credit card companies, especially like here in the US, to just become complete fucking slop.
Bro,
It's
the
to
whole
point where, like, if you want to
actually,
have a good
that's
credit score at like 22, your parents have to start opening credit cards for you at like 14 and like holding and paying off debt.
I guess that's one of the main things of why, like, it's so hard for me to see the system changing is because, like, bro, the people at the top are just, like, eating babies and shit. Like, at this point, like, how does it get any worse? Like, I actually cannot imagine it, like, getting, like, it already seems like a mockery. Like it seems like whatever's, like, going on politically seems something that would be like, okay, like it's an SNL skit at this point. Like it's actually an SNL skit. Like it's not. It wouldn't even be an SNL skit because it would be too unbelievable to be an SNL skit to the point where it's like it's not even funny. It's like this wouldn't happen, and then it's
like it's bad
happening
satire.
today.
It's
like
too over the top.
Exactly. Like if some of the shit going on was an SNL skit like 15 years ago. It's like,
This
okay,
is ridiculous.
this is stupid.
Also,
Ridiculous.
Little Pig credit scores are not to stop 2008 again because a few things. Credit scores predate 2008, but also the problem in 2008 was that banks were basically just writing out subprime mortgages to everybody. They knew that people would default on them. They didn't care. That was kind of the whole part of like the entire scheme behind it that made literally trillions of dollars for companies and people. They knew the whole time what was going on. 2008 happened because the banks chose to act on it for free money from the government, as opposed to actually like trying to do anything. And so, like individuals having worse credit scores in 2008, like if credit scores were fully in swing like they were now, it still would have happened. Now they do that less, and so yeah. But what I'm saying is, it's been there the whole time. And so the problem wasn't with the credit scores or with the people. It was with the fact that the banks decided to just do whatever the fuck they wanted. And so what fixed everything in 2008 was the bailouts and then a series of fucking government regulations. You can't just like crank out subprime loans anymore. Yeah, no. If it was possible, no credit score would stop them. Yeah, they should be able to check my credit score whatever they want. And they should have to pay me every time they check. It's mine. It's a summary of personal information about me. There's a guy named Andrew Yang who ran for president a while back here in the United States. And he had, you know, some great ideas. And he was a very, like, you know, early like, widespread pioneer of universal basic income. Like, it's been a thing for forever, but he was one of the first people on, like, a national stage to talk about it. But also, one of his things that he said was that there should simply be, like, a series, either a constitutional amendment or a series of laws that make it so that your data is yours. Like, it belongs to you as an individual and is your property. And if a government wants to utilize it or access it, or sorry, if a company wants to utilize it or access it, they should have to pay you a fee, just as you would to check something that is owned by a company or someone else's property.
I don't know how much I agree with that. Like, how would that actually work?
Well,
I feel like at a certain point... Yeah, actually, I just have no idea how it works.
You've got a data broker system of data broker companies that systematically purchase and sell data about people, right? Like they have profiles on individuals and they buy and sell them, but those individuals are wholly cut out of that deal. What I'm saying is that every time that your data is bought or sold via one of those data brokers, part of that profit should go to you because it's your data, your personal information about you. And so you should either be able to, at like a base level, opt out of that kind of data sharing and data brokerage, or like, you know, legally, or be entitled to a portion of the profit.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
You don't put in the effort to collect the info? I don't care. I don't have to put in the effort to collect the info.
I was gonna say, can't you already legally opt out of data brokers?
Yeah, but I'm saying at a base level, people are opted out. And then, because otherwise I'd have to go to like a million different fucking places and a million different spots and say, opt me out, opt me out, opt me out, opt me out. Like, there's no like base, I don't want to be a part of this. At a base level, you shouldn't be able to. But at a like wider level, if someone purchases or sells information about me, just as you would if it was a company patent or a copyright or an independent owned property, whatever, I am entitled to a portion of it because it's mine, it's about me, and I created it. I really don't, like, if the argument is, like, that things like Instagram would make less money, like, I could not possibly care less if many complete leeches on society of data brokerage firms were to suddenly go out of business because their disgusting little corner of exploitation of individual property and data is suddenly no longer profitable. And also, it wouldn't make it no longer profitable. It would make them have to pay me 1 cent for every 30 cents. That's not enough to even fucking, you know... It would put a small dent in the profit just as any regulation would. But the argument against any regulation being companies will make less money doesn't make sense. The point isn't to try to make them as much money.
so what? No one would be
we're-
allowed to collect data off of you without either your permission or paying you?
Yeah. Or like more like sell your data, like transact on it.
Oh.
Right? So like if I'm opted in and a company owns my data, and let's say, you know, Instagram says to data brokerage company, I would like to make this purchase of this individual's data. Okay, cool. When you do that, which happens literally millions and millions of times a day, when you do that, you should be entitled to a tiny portion of that transaction.
Yeah, I think just in general, I think data brokerage is a fucking load of bullshit, bro. Like, broadly
Little
speaking,
pig, you're
like,
fundamentally misunderstanding if you're like, but it would make them less money, and it's in the terms and conditions. The whole point of regulations is to make something better or fix something, not to make more money and make sure it's falls within the terms and conditions of certain companies. Like, an airplane company can't just put in there, it's cool if we crash and you're entitled to nothing, by the way, probably it's fine. Like, no, there's a whole bunch of regulation and clauses around stuff like that. Regulation sometimes impacts companies. That's just how it works. What would they make me pay for? What would I have to pay for?
Like,
personalization services?
I'm
I'm gonna pay to get my ads personalized? Sure, if you want to.
the fact that there's companies whose like whole thing is getting your information removed by data brokers, like that shouldn't have to be a thing. Like, that is.
So with your FYP, you could still yield the same thing via just interacting with TikTok and not giving them your information, by the way.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Like, if you open up a TikTok and you see a video that you don't like, you'll swipe past it. That swiping, that's logged information now. You swiped past this video in 2 seconds. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not buying your data in that case. They are building a portfolio on you. There's no transaction taking place. That's fine. You are willingly giving them information on you. What you would be entitled to profit to is if they took that information and sold it to another company.
Right.
Doesn't make data collection illegal. It makes data brokerage something that you have to pay a small fee on. And no, little pig, you're confusing the collection and profiling of individual data and information within a platform or an app with data brokerage, which is the collection of that profile and then transfer in exchange for money in order to give give another company the information that you've collected on an individual. That is data brokerage.
Bro, I'm hitting this thing with my. Yeah, I've never heard a take like that about.
That's not how companies work anymore. They don't need the profit from selling your data to fund the output of the boss. Promise. Like, basically everything that you're saying is entirely speculative and or incorrect, so I'm probably just not gonna continue to respond.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that's true. That they need the data.
So,
to profit.
or is this drop cyclamine dye, or is this the brick red or whatever?
This is for carmine dye from fishing, but bro, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I should be in this party. There's too many people. Like, I think there's someone here literally fucking freeloading, like not even fishing. He's just sitting here in storm armor. But just the way that dyes drop on Hypixel is like stupid as hell, because only one person could like possibly drop a dye off of a mob. Like, it's only whoever gets the last hit and nothing else. So technically, if I wanted like the best dye chance, I wouldn't even be fishing right now. I'd just be killing what everyone else is fishing. Which is stupid, but maybe they'll fix it one day.
Oh, hey, what's up? I couldn't hear you for a sec there.
Oh, what the fuck? No,
I figured you were
just
talking to chat.
I was just saying that the Carmine die that I'm going after is all dies in Skyblock. They only drop from the last person who hit it. So like, if you don't get the last hit on the mob, you can't drop a die off it. It's just
Wait,
like
seriously?
yeah, that's just how it worked, and it's fucking bugged. So if I really wanted to drop the die, I wouldn't even be fishing. I would just be killing what everyone else is catching. Because
That actually kind of sucks.
it's so dumb, and it's been like that for like multiple. I mean, since dies, at least like a year and a half now.
That's bonkers. I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Yeah, I mean, most people don't know that to be true, but and
I
it's
guess
like
a lot
not
of
like
die
an
grinding isn't
admin.
really done in groups anyway. Probably not terribly noticeable.
The fishing ones and
Maybe some of the Slayer ones if you're like trading. But even then,
I
I guess
don't
it's
know.
still gonna
Well,
kill it.
I don't know if the Slayer ones work like that, and like there's only a few that might not work like that, but there's enough that work like that where it's like fucking annoying. It's like, bro, like this should be.
Yeah, that makes sense. What's the deal with the new farming event, by the way? The
Bro,
Harvest
they
Feast or
added
whatever?
they added
Decent.
some farming event where
I saw the Overbloom thing. That was about it, though.
like overall it's good, but just the way they implemented it was like obviously not play tested, which is just like a reoccurring issue because it's like you wanted a drop that only comes from breaking crops, and you don't get any from killing pests. So naturally, if you only care about the drop, you're not gonna kill any pests, which is just stupid to
Yeah.
incentivize the like more like AFK method of farming. And
Yeah.
not to mention, like these things were like way too rare. Like it would have taken like hundreds of hours to get everything that you need.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I always felt like pests should be available as like semi-optional content. Like my thoughts on it were basically that it would be a lot less disruptive if you had your pest traps, and when a pest spawns while you're farming, you can have the option for it to go right into the trap. When your traps are full, your farming fortune is cut by 99%. So you have to get up and go and empty it. But it would give you a significantly longer time to just chill out and farm while still acting as like macro protections that you can't just infinitely farm and let the trap, be full.
well, you could already do that to an extent. Like there's a new item that groups up all the pests, so they're easier to kill, but also like
Wait, like it
Getting-
from all the plots?
no, like if you spawn a pest when you're farming, it will spawn it next to that like block.
Oh, that's new.
So that's good, but also just like how
Just kind of changed my opinion.
pests
a bit.
work, it doesn't really, you don't really lose fortune for having a lot of pests on your garden. I think you lose like 5% of fortune when you have 7, and then when you have 8 it's like 25% or something like that. Or maybe it's
Right.
only you lose some when you have 8, but like but even if you don't want pests, if you don't want a pest farm, you don't have to, and you could just there's like repellent you could spray. That just makes it so like your pest cooldown is like way longer. Like, I don't know how long it is, but
Yeah,
you
it's
basically will
still,
only
like,
have to
kind
do
of-
it only like every few hours, or like every like once an hour, or twice an hour or something.
Right. Yeah, I suppose. It's a minor nitpick. I will say like, the block that makes, pest spawn next to it or whatever does sound pretty awesome.
Yeah, no, it's really good, but it's just fucking expensive. Oh, so yeah, the problem with the recent update was they the greenhouse update, it basically took out a lot of playtime from the garden, and like people liked that and thought it was like generally a good change.
Right.
And then this update added back in like 300 hours of playtime, so everyone's like, okay, so what was even the point? What was even the point? Then it's also a thing where it's like everyone knew they were going to increase the rates, so like not everyone, but people knew. I knew they were going to increase the rates, so I just didn't play the update. And then what do you know? They made the rates like 7 times higher than they were on the release day. It's like,
Right.
this is just stupid. Like, anyone who like grinded a lot of the update during the first like 10 days of it before they changed the rates, like everyone just got fucked, I guess. Like, which that's like one of my main gripes with the update cycle of the game, but
Yeah. No, there should be more of a middleman between like immediate alpha test / closed alpha and just like right into production.
well, you would think that like issues like that kind of get sorted out based on the feedback that happened when the update was on the alpha server, but that's just like never what happens.
Well, to
I don't
some
know
extent,
why.
Yeah, they don't fix like some stuff that gets raised, but also there's probably a good amount of things that they just don't collect or don't get enough data on in the time that they have it open, because they always leave it open for such a short amount of time. So it would probably be better if there was an interim point between, you know, hey, we just dropped this alpha, check it out, play it for, you know, maybe a day or two, and then we'll add it into the game. And instead be like, hey, we're gonna add this alpha, it's gonna be available for a day or two. We're gonna make a, you know, a series of changes based off the data, and then a week later we're gonna do a longer alpha, like maybe a week-long one. Especially for like major changes to things. And that way they can actually get a full large amount of data about it and make hopefully better decisions. Because also, like with QA
The
testing, it's just
thing
based on the
is-
raw amount of interactions that take place with the new content. Sometimes you get everything, but occasionally there are just fringe things that don't get caught by an interaction in that time. If you increase the time, the likelihood that the
The thing is,
interaction
I think
way
it's
higher.
more of a game design issue where
Mhm.
like the game designers actually think shit like this is okay when they're like writing it in. They're fully aware of it until it gets released and people actually start complaining on the main server. Because
Right.
like everyone, like even just the first hour into the update, I was like, bro, this update is like shit. Like this stuff's
Yeah.
way too rare. I need 200 of this item. I've gotten like 4 of them in the first like hour or something. And then
My
I
personal
need
take
200
is
more
that-
of every other item too. It's like,
Yeah,
this is just
I do
dumb.
still think it's bad development behavior, but I don't necessarily think that it's that the devs think that those numbers or those rates, etc., are good. I think that they're just doing really lazy balancing, where they're just kind of throwing shit together, using the alpha to get a rough picture of what people will and won't get mad about, and then balance around that. And then once it's in the game, if people keep like making a huge ruckus, then they'll tweak it some more. But I just think it's bad balancing overall. Like, I don't think that they actually try to nail down the numbers. They just give it to players with a rough idea and see where it lands.
Yeah, it does also seem like that too. It's just, bro, on the alpha server, like everyone can know there's a massive problem with something, and then it doesn't get acknowledged until after it's like on main for like a month.
Right.
This
Well, and
is
sometimes they
just
do that and they're
ridiculous.
dropping like daily updates on the alpha of like, you know, we tweaked this and we changed this, and they're ignoring like a huge glaring issue.
That is how it goes. How it goes.
A wild dev cycle. I've been spoiled with RuneScape. They do a pretty good job.
I have to like get into RuneScape and see like what the hype is about.
Yeah.
Because like,
We should play together sometime. It'd be fun.
bro, I just don't have time to like do some shit like that. Like I
that's
just
fair.
honestly never play games. For the most part, I wouldn't invest a lot of time into a game if it wasn't for a
Yeah.
video. That
No, yeah, it's such a time-consuming game too that, like, you know, in the same way as like Skyblock, you kind of have to pick one to play at any given time. Otherwise, you're just not going to make reasonable progress, really.
But I do think it's interesting. I like watching RuneScape videos, but yeah. But that is where I'm gonna have to leave you because I have to go eat now. So thank
good.
you for the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for having
You
me. dude.
type in chat. I'll shout out your Twitch if anyone wants to go follow you. Just type
Okay, hell
something
yeah,
in
I got
chat
you.
so I could get your username.
Oh,
Hey
yeah, for
guys,
sure.
we're talking with Nitrix. He just typed in chat. If you want to go give him a follow, I mean, I'm sure you could tell he's a smart guy.
Thank you.
Then I'll also link your.
Oh,
I think
hell
is really
yeah.
interesting.
I do have a lot of fun
So-
making it. Thanks very much, dude. It was good talking with you again, man.
Yeah, thank
We'll
you
catch
for
you
the
again
talk.
soon.
I feel a lot more informed, and I feel like for some of those things you actually did change my mind about.
Hell yeah. I'm glad that you approached it with an open mind and were interested in the information. I appreciate it. It's always fun to have conversations like that.
Bro, I don't know why some people like will have a conversation like that and they're just trying to be right no matter what. Like it's like
Yeah,
okay,
this you just gotta
you're
accept that some things are nuanced, and sometimes you also can just have a little bit of a wrong opinion, or even just like kind of a hot take about something, and that's fine. I
Yeah.
am not a fart smell a little pig. All right, I'll leave on that, Squid Kid. Thanks, I appreciate it. Good chatting with you, bro.
All
I'll catch you
right.
later.
Thank you for coming on.
See you,
Take
dude.
care. Bye bye.
You too.
Well guys, that was Nitrix. Good talk. Good unexpected talk from Nitrix. Hold on, let me get my alt on. Pretty interesting. Interesting shift from Skyblock Ragebait, but honestly, I got tired about talking about false bans or whatever. Alright, I saw a few people come in through the conversation like, there are false bans. It's like, okay, guys, does no one understands hyperbole or something? Like a little bit of exaggeration? Obviously, there's some false bans, obviously. Oh, W, Bobby. W, yeah, Bobby. I'm just gonna go eat. I'll be back to fish with you in a bit if you're still around. But yeah, for now I'm gonna end stream. I will send you guys to. Oh, how is Epic Flame Dog sleeping again? I'll send you guys to Snipes. Got a bit. Wait. I got a bit to play for me and got banned for. Oh, I got a bot to play for me and got banned for cheating. I know. For you. For you. Thank you guys for sticking around. Dude, huge shout out Nitrix for having the chat. Very interesting. Very random, but very interesting. Very smart guy. So go drop him follow. Drop a follow before you leave here, and drop a follow when you get to Snipes' stream.